Hey fam. This is Gringotts Hub. Today's story is gonna blow your mind. Goblins discovered Dumbledore had stolen the Lord Potter-Black-Peverell-Merlin-Slytherin title since Harry was born. Show some love with a like and subscribe. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Audit. The letter arrived at 4 in the morning. Harry knew it was 4 because he'd been awake since 2, lying on his back in the dark bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive, staring at a water stain on the ceiling that had been there since he was 9 years old. He'd mapped that stain so many times over the years he could draw it from memory, the way it spread from the corner like a reaching hand, the darker patch near the center that looked vaguely like a dog if you tilted your head. He was 17 today. It didn't feel like anything in particular. He'd expected it to. The last of the protective enchantments tied to his mother's sacrifice would dissolve at midnight, and he'd braced for some kind of sensation, some magical acknowledgement from the universe that things had changed. But midnight had come and gone and the universe had offered nothing. Just the same stain, the same dark, the same sounds of Vernon Dursley snoring through the wall. The owl hit the window hard enough to rattle the glass. Harry sat up fast, wand already in his hand before he was fully awake. It was a reflex now, reach for the wand first, identify the threat second. He'd spent 6 years at Hogwarts and 1 year being hunted, and the habit had settled into his bones like weather. The owl outside was not one he recognized. It was enormous, steel-gray, and it looked at him through the window glass with the kind of flat professional patience that suggested it had been trained to deliver letters to people who would rather not receive them. Tied to its leg was not a letter but a package, small, bronze-sealed, and unmistakably official. He opened the window. The owl deposited the package on his palm, refused the owl treats he offered, and left without ceremony. The seal on the package was a mountain split by a sword. Gringotts. Harry sat on the edge of his bed and turned it over in his hands. The bronze wax was impressed with tiny runes he couldn't read, and the parchment beneath it was a deep cream color, thick and heavy, the kind of paper that cost more per sheet than most people spent on dinner. He'd received things from Gringotts before. The key to his vault had arrived just before first year, and there'd been a brief inheritance notice after Sirius died, but nothing that had required a dedicated owl at 4 in the morning. He broke the seal. The letter inside was written in precise, angular script, each letter formed with a deliberate care that suggested the writer found the act of writing in English faintly beneath them but was committing to it anyway. To Harry James Potter, on the occasion of your 17th birthday and the legal attainment of wizarding majority, Gringotts Bank of Diagon Alley hereby invites, and by the terms of the Centennial Inheritance Audit Act of 1087, legally requires, your attendance at our London branch for the purpose of a mandatory lordship review. This audit is not voluntary. It is not deferrable. It has been triggered automatically by your age of majority and cannot be delayed, cancelled, or interfered with by any party, magical or mundane. Your appointment is set for 9 o'clock this morning. We strongly advise punctuality. Account Manager Gornick, on behalf of Director Ragnarok, Gringotts Bank. Harry read it twice. Then he read the postscript, which was written in slightly different ink, as though added after the main letter was completed. P.S. Do not inform Professor Dumbledore of this appointment. This is not a suggestion. Under the terms of the Audit Act, any interference with a mandatory inheritance review constitutes a criminal offense under the Goblin Banking Compact of 1492. We will know if you do. Come alone. He sat with the letter in his hands for a long moment. Outside, the first gray suggestion of dawn was beginning to creep above the rooftops of Privet Drive. He thought about the postscript for a while. Then he got dressed. Getting out of Privet Drive was easier than it used to be. The protective enchantments were gone, which meant the Dursleys had nothing Dumbledore could use to keep Harry there any longer, and the Dursleys themselves were currently on an order-arranged holiday in Devon after a particularly memorable argument in which Harry had pointed out, very calmly, that he was a legal adult by both Muggle and Wizarding standards and they had precisely zero authority over him anymore. Vernon had gone the color of a ripe plum. Petunia had said nothing. Dudley, of all people, had offered Harry his hand on the way out and said something that surprised him. Good luck out there. Harry had shaken it. He operated from the end of the street, a slightly rough landing in the alley behind the leaky cauldron that he was getting better at, and straightened his jacket and checked his wand and walked through into Diagon Alley before it was properly open for business. The shops were shuttered, the cobblestones wet with early morning rain, and the few people who were about at this hour were the kind who moved quickly and didn't make eye contact. Gringotts was, of course, open. Gringotts was always open. It gave Harry a faint chill, looking up at the white marble building in the thin morning light, remembering the last time he'd been here, the dragon, the vaults, Hermione's face when they'd broken the surface of the lake. He pushed the memory aside and walked up the steps. The goblin at the door looked at him. "Potter?" "Yeah. You're early. I was told to be punctual." The goblin considered this, then stepped aside and gestured him in with an expression that might, on a less severe face, have been approval. Inside, Gringotts smelled of stone and old metal and something else, something deep and mineral and ancient, like a mountain from the inside. The great hall was quieter than Harry had ever seen it, the usual press of customers absent, and the goblins behind the long counter were going about their work with the same focused precision they brought to everything, not looking up as he walked through. He was met at the far end of the hall by a goblin he hadn't seen before. Shorter than Griphook, older than any goblin Harry had encountered, the skin of his face was mapped with a complexity of lines that suggested centuries rather than decades, and his eyes were the color of old bronze, sharp and evaluating and entirely without warmth. "Mr. Potter," said the goblin. "I am Gornek. Follow me." "Good morning," Harry said. Gornek looked at him as though morning were a concept he hadn't considered. "This way." He was led through a door Harry had never used, down a corridor that sloped gently downward, the stone walls giving way to something older, rougher cut, torchlit, the kind of architecture that predated the building above it by centuries. They passed several doors, all sealed with heavy iron locks and runes that pulsed faintly when Harry walked by, and went through a final door into a room that was not what he'd expected. He'd expected an office. Filing cabinets, ledgers, the bureaucratic machinery of banking. What he got was something more like a ritual chamber. The room was circular, maybe 30 feet across, the walls carved from solid rock. In the center was a low stone table, and on the table was a flat basin that reminded him sharply of Dumbledore's pensieve, except where Dumbledore's was ornate silver, this one was rough-hewn granite, and the liquid inside it was not silver but a deep, dark red. Almost black. Around the walls, set into carved alcoves, were what looked like account books, hundreds of them, leather-bound, ancient, each one glowing faintly with a light that pulsed at irregular intervals. Seated at a second table to the side was another goblin. This one was larger than Gornek, broader, with a presence that Harry felt before he fully registered the figure, a kind of gravitational weight to him, the quality of someone who was absolutely accustomed to being the most important person in any room and saw no reason to announce it. "Director Ragnarok," Gornek said. "The Potter heir." "Sit down, Mr. Potter," said Ragnarok. His voice was deep for a goblin, resonant, unhurried. He was looking at Harry not with the calculation that Harry had come to expect from people in positions of power, that constant assessment of usefulness, but with something harder to categorize. Something that might have been curiosity, or might have been professional gravity. Harry sat. "Do you know what a centennial inheritance audit is?" Ragnarok asked. "The letter said it's mandatory. Something about a 1087 Act. The Goblin Banking Compact of 1087, yes. Established after the Third Goblin Rebellion, as part of the treaty that allowed Gringotts to operate as the primary financial institution of the wizarding world." Ragnarok folded his hands on the table. "Every 100 years, Gringotts conducts a full review of all inherited titles, seats, vaults, and assets attached to the major magical bloodlines. It cannot be blocked. It cannot be manipulated. The magic that drives it is older than the bank, older than Britain, older than the current iteration of wizarding law. When a direct heir reaches majority during an active audit cycle, the audit is triggered automatically." He paused. "You triggered it this morning at midnight." "All right," Harry said. "What does the audit involve?" Blood, Ragnar said simply. And truth. Gornik moved to the basin in the center of the room and placed a small, room-covered knife on the edge of it. Harry looked at it, then at Ragnar. 3 drops, Ragnar said. Your blood touches the audit basin. The basin reads your magical lineage, every bloodline you carry, every title that belongs to you by birth, magic, conquest, or inheritance. It is not something you can lie to or charm. It reads what is, not what has been declared. Harry stood, walked to the basin, and picked up the knife. It was lighter than he expected. He pressed the edge to his palm, a quick, clean cut, and let 3 drops fall into the dark liquid. The effect was immediate and nothing like he'd anticipated. The basin didn't glow or ripple prettily. It reacted, a deep shudder moving through the liquid like a struck bell, the dark red surface churning, and then from every alcove in the walls, the account books began to glow. 1, 2, 5, 8, a dozen, until the whole room was pulsing with a cold, sharp light, and the liquid in the basin had turned from dark red to a deep, brilliant gold. Ragnar was on his feet. He was staring at the basin with an expression Harry had never seen on a goblin before, something that cut right through the professional composure like a blade through cloth. He looked, Harry thought, genuinely shocked. Gornik made a sound that in a less controlled being might have been a gasp. The liquid in the basin stilled. On its surface, in the gold light, letters were forming, not English letters but runes, ancient and precise, rising up through the liquid and floating there, suspended. What does it say? Harry asked. Ragnar read in silence for a long moment. His hands, Harry noticed, were very still on the table. Mr. Potter, Ragnar said at last, I need you to understand that what I am about to tell you is not conjecture, not theory, and not subject to political dispute. This basin has operated under unbroken goblin magic since the time of Merlin himself. What it shows is what is. A pause. Do you understand? Yes. Your full legal and magical identity, as recorded by your blood and confirmed by the ancestral audit records of Gringotts, is as follows. Ragnar looked down at the basin. Harry James Potter. Lord of House Potter, that much you likely knew. Heir apparent to House Black through the will of Sirius Orion Black, you may have known that as well, though the title has not been formally confirmed. He stopped. And? Harry said. And Lord of House Peverell, by direct lineal descent from Ignotus Peverell through the Potter line. Ragnar looked up. That title has been suppressed since your birth. The suppression is active, deliberate, and carries a magical signature. Harry felt something shift in his chest, not pain exactly, but a kind of tectonic movement, the feeling of ground you thought was solid turning out to be built on something else entirely. What else? Ragnar's jaw was set. Heir to House Slytherin, through your mother. Lily Evans Potter carried a Slytherin bloodline through her maternal grandmother, a squib who was removed from the Slytherin family records 3 generations ago. The magic, however, does not forget bloodlines. The title devolved to you on Voldemort's magical death on the night your parents were killed. You are, by conquest and inheritance combined, Lord Slytherin. He paused again, and this pause was different from the others, longer, heavier. There's one more, Harry said. He could feel it. The basin was still glowing, one line of runes still pulsing, unread. Yes, Ragnar said. There is one more. He looked directly at Harry with those bronze eyes. The Peverell line is, as most educated magicians know, directly descended from the bloodline of Emrys. Merlin. The last of that line, by your blood, is you. He said it with the careful precision of a man placing something very fragile on a very steady surface. You are, Mr. Potter, Lord Merlin. The room was completely silent. Harry looked at the basin, where the gold runes pulsed steadily, and tried to process 5 titles at once and found he couldn't, not really, so he set that aside and asked the question that had been building since Ragnar said suppression. They were suppressed, Harry said. The Peverell title, at minimum. You said the suppression carries a magical signature. Yes. Whose? Ragnock reached beneath the table and produced a ledger. He opened it to a marked page, turned it, and placed it in front of Harry. The page was covered in dense goblin script, but at the top, clearly legible, was a name recorded in the original hand of whatever goblin had documented this, underlined with a single firm stroke. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry looked at it for a long time. How long? He asked. The earliest suppression charm was placed on the Peverell title on November 2, 1981, Ragnock said. The day after you survived the killing curse. You were 15 months old. He did it the day after my parents died. Yes. And the others? Ragnock turned several pages. The black title suppression was placed in the summer of 1996, following the death of Sirius Black. The Slytherin title suppression, more complex, required multiple layered charms, was initiated in 1981 and reinforced every 3 years through what appears to have been a secondary ritual performed without your knowledge or consent. He turned another page. The Merlin title suppression is the oldest act of working we've ever recorded. It was placed on your family line in 1942, when Dumbledore was still teaching Transfiguration at Hogwarts. It predates you by 40 years. Ragnock paused. He appears to have known what the Peverell line carried long before you were born. Harry felt something he recognized, not quite anger, not yet. More like the moment before anger, when everything goes very clear and very quiet and you can see exactly what's in front of you without the blur of feeling. He'd been in enough dangerous situations to know what that clarity felt like. It was useful. He let it settle. The Potter title, Harry said. Was that suppressed as well? No, Ragnock said. The Potter title could not be suppressed without triggering immediate legal questions, your parents' wills, your inheritance, the vault access that was already documented. Suppressing that title would have been noticed. The others were older, more obscure, or complicated by circumstances that made suppression easier to conceal. He closed the ledger. Dumbledore was careful. He is, whatever else may be said of him, not a careless man. No, Harry agreed. He's not. He stood up from the table and walked to the basin and looked at the runes still floating on the gold surface. 5 houses. 5 titles. 45 years, in the case of the oldest suppression, Dumbledore had been planning this, or something like this, since before Harry's parents had even met. What does the suppression actually do? Harry asked without turning around. Practically speaking. What has it been doing to me? There was a pause before Ragnock answered that told Harry he'd asked exactly the right question. A title suppression, Ragnock said, does not merely prevent the title from being claimed. It prevents the full expression of the magical identity associated with that title. Each house carries specific magical traits, abilities, affinities, strengths, that are passed through the blood. When those titles are suppressed, those abilities are dampened. Contained. The magic is still there. It cannot be destroyed. But it has been operating at a fraction of its natural capacity. Another pause. In your case, with 4 titles suppressed simultaneously, the effect would have been considerable. Harry turned around. How considerable? Ragnock met his eyes. We estimate that since birth, you have had access to approximately 30% of your natural magical capacity. The silence that followed that statement was a different kind of silence. 30, Harry said. Percent, Ragnock confirmed. Harry breathed out slowly. And when the suppressions are lifted? That is the purpose of the second stage of the audit, Ragnock said. The formal inheritance ceremony. When your blood accepts the titles that are rightfully yours, the suppressions are automatically broken by the same magic that enforces the compact. Dumbledore's charms will unravel. Your full inheritance becomes yours. He watched Harry carefully. I should tell you, Mr. Potter, we have conducted over 400 centennial audits in the history of this bank. We have never seen a case where titles were suppressed by deliberate external interference rather than natural dormancy. This is not a gray area. This is not a misunderstanding. He said the next words with the slow, measured weight of a formal legal finding. What has been done to you is theft. The word fell into the room and stayed there. Theft. From a 15-month-old child. By the man who had spent 17 years positioning himself as Harry's protector, his guide, his greatest ally. Harry thought about every time Dumbledore had said trust me. About the glasses he'd broken in that office. About being told he was a weapon, a sacrifice, a necessary piece of a plan drawn up before he could walk. About spending 6 years being kept just powerful enough to be useful and just ignorant enough to be manageable. He thought about 30%. I want to do the ceremony, Harry said. Today. Now. That was always the intention, Ragnarok said, and there was something in his voice, not quite respect, not quite, but something that was at least contiguous with it. But first, you need to understand the full scope of what you're claiming. He gestured to Gornik, who moved to the wall of alcoves and began pulling ledgers. House Potter, you know. The vault, the modest estate in Godric's Hollow. Lord Potter carries 2 votes on the Wisengamot, both currently cast by Albus Dumbledore as your proxy, by your legal designation as a ward of the state. Those votes end today. Gornik laid the first ledger on the table. House Black. 12 Grimmauld Place, which you already know. But Black holdings extend considerably beyond that. The Black Vaults contain liquid assets numbering in the tens of millions of galleons, a property portfolio across 4 countries, and several items of considerable magical significance that Dumbledore has had access to through his position as executor of Sirius Black's estate, a position he awarded himself. Ragnarok's voice didn't change in tone but something sharpened in it. We have been auditing those executors' transactions as well. Certain items have been moved. We are still tracing some of them. Second ledger. House Peverell. The ancestral seat, Peverell Manor in Godric's Hollow, a separate property from your parents' cottage, which has been abandoned and unregistered since the 13th century in public records. It is, I assure you, not abandoned. The wards kept it hidden. The manor is substantial. A beat. The Peverell Vault contains, among other significant holdings, the other 2 Deathly Hallows. You already possess the cloak. Harry went very still. The wand. And the stone. Were secured in the Peverell Vault at the founding of Gringotts. They were placed there by Antioch and Cadmus Peverell themselves, with the instruction that they be available only to the Lord Peverell by blood. Ragnarok looked up from the ledger. Dumbledore has been seeking authorization to access the Peverell Vault for 11 years. We have denied him every time on the grounds that only the true Lord could authorize such access. He was, of course, actively preventing the true Lord from knowing he existed. He wanted the Elder Wand, Harry said. He wanted all 3, Ragnarok said. But the Elder Wand in particular, yes. We believe he already possessed a replica or a previous iteration. There are historical records suggesting Dumbledore dueled Grindelwald with a version of it, but the true wand, the original, has been here. Third ledger. House Slytherin. The holdings are ancient and considerable, Slytherin seat, Parseltongue Library, and a vault that has not been opened since 1945. The political weight of that name alone, in current wizarding Britain, is significant. You controlling it rather than Voldemort, or rather, the title dying with him and reverting to you, restructures the entire claim of his heir narrative. Ragnarok pushed the ledger aside. His followers believed only he held the Slytherin claim. When it becomes known that you hold it, by blood and conquest both, it will be a considerable blow to what remains of his movement. Fourth ledger. This one was different from the others, older, the leather worn to near translucency in places, the binding reinforced with metal clasps that looked more like jewelry than hardware. House Merlin, Ragnarok said, and even Ragnarok, who had maintained the demeanor of a man reciting inventory, paused before he opened it. We have not fully catalogued these holdings. We may never fully catalogue them. The Merlin Vault is the oldest in Gringotts. It was the first vault sealed here when the bank was founded, and it has never been opened. Not once. He met Harry's eyes. We do not know exactly what is in it. What we know is what is visible from the entrance through the initial ward inspection, and what we know is that it is vast. He closed the ledger. The title itself carries considerable weight in the Wisengamot, a weight that has been dormant so long that most of the current political class has forgotten the seat exists. It will not be forgotten after today. Harry sat back down. He looked at the table, at the ledgers spread across it, at the basin still glowing gold behind him. 5 houses. 5 vaults. 5 seats on the Wisengamot. Titles stretching back to Merlin, to Slytherin, to the brothers who'd supposedly met death on a lonely road. And all of it had been sitting here, waiting for him, while Dumbledore kept him in the dark. There's something else, Harry said. You said he used the Black Executor position to move items. And the suppression charms were placed strategically. He looked at Ragnarok. This wasn't just about keeping me safe. That's not what this is. Is it? Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. The suppressions, Ragnarok said carefully, also redirect. When a title is suppressed, the political power associated with it goes somewhere. The magical proxy votes from suppressed lordships are recorded, by default, to the person who cast the suppression. He watched Harry absorb that. Dumbledore has been casting, by our count, 9 Wisengamot votes that do not belong to him. For 17 years. 9, Harry said. Yours from Potter, 2. Technically yours from Black, 2 more, though those are less than a year old. Peverell, 3 votes, the oldest suppressed title carries the most seats. Slytherin, 1. Merlin, 1. Ragnarok looked down. The Wisengamot has 150 seats. Dumbledore currently controls, between his own seat, the Order of the Phoenix proxy votes, and these stolen seats, 42% of the chamber. He looked back up. Without the stolen seats, that number drops to below 30%. He built his political majority on my titles, Harry said. Yes. Every law he pushed through. Every policy. Every appointment to the Wisengamot or the ministry that he had the votes to push. All of it resting, in part, on your stolen votes. Ragnarok's voice carried no particular judgment, just the weight of documented fact. Including the appointment of several key ministry officials. Including certain decisions about your own legal status over the years. Harry thought about the Department of Mysteries. About the trial in his 5th year, whether to expel him. Fudge's smug certainty turning to panic when Dumbledore arrived. Dumbledore casting votes that were, by rights, Harry's own, and using those votes to save Harry from a ministry that Dumbledore's other political maneuvering had helped make hostile to Harry in the first place. Protecting him with his own power. That was either masterful or monstrous. Maybe both. Right, Harry said. He stood up again. He was restless, he wanted to be moving, doing, not sitting at tables processing. Let's do the ceremony. There are legal documents to sign first, Gornick said, moving forward with a sheaf of parchment. Acknowledgement that you have been fully informed of the audit findings. Declaration of intent to claim the titles. Authorization for Gringotts to formally record the lordship transfers and notify the Wisengamot of the change in seat ownership. He paused. And a formal complaint. Harry looked up. A formal complaint? Against Albus Dumbledore, Ragnarok said. For illegal title suppression, unauthorized use of proxy votes, and unauthorized access to estate holdings. It is your right to file this under the compact, and it is our legal obligation to inform you of that right. His expression, for the first time, carried something that might have been personal feeling. It is also, frankly, something we would very much like to see filed. Harry picked up the quill. Where do I sign? He went through the documents methodically, not rushing, not skimming. Reading each one. He'd spent too long having things decided for him by people who told him not to worry, it's all in hand, trust us. He read every word of every page, and when he had a question, he asked it, and Gornik answered it. Ragnarok watched him do this with an expression Harry couldn't fully read but which had something appreciative in its composition. By the time the paperwork was done, the room outside the ritual chamber had begun to lighten as the sun cleared the rooftops outside. It was 8:15. Harry's 17th birthday was progressing, as birthdays went, not at all the way he'd imagined. Ready? Ragnarok said. Harry looked at the basin, the lodger that bore Dumbledore's name, the ancient walls of a room that had been built to serve a purpose it was now, finally, being used for. One question, he said. Yes. After the ceremony. After the titles are formally mine and the suppressions are lifted. Harry looked at Ragnarok steadily. Is there any mechanism by which Dumbledore can reverse this, challenge it, or minimize the political consequences? Ragnarok's lips moved in a way that might, in different circumstances, have been a smile. It wasn't warm. Mr. Potter, the Goblin Banking Compact has never been overturned by wizarding law. It predates your ministry. It predates the Wisengamot. It predates, frankly, most of what Wizarding Britain considers its legal foundations. He held Harry's gaze. Once the ceremony is performed and the titles are claimed, they are yours as absolutely as anything can be yours in this world. Dumbledore can object. He can argue. He can bring every ally he has before every court in Britain. A genuine pause. He will lose. Good, Harry said. Then let's begin. The ceremony itself took 11 minutes. Harry had expected something theatrical, great flashes of light, dramatic incantations, the kind of performative ritual that Wizarding Britain seemed to love. What he got was something older and quieter and far more powerful than theater. He stood at the basin. Ragnarok stood opposite. Gornik read the formal words from the ancient ledger in the goblin language, harsh, consonant-heavy syllables that felt like they were being read from the rock itself rather than from paper. Harry placed both hands on the rim of the basin. The gold liquid responded to his touch immediately, rising toward his palms, and then, the suppressions began to break. He felt each one go like a door being opened in a room he'd never known was sealed. The Peverell title first, a rush of something cold and bright, like stepping into a clear stream, and with it a sudden sharpening of his magical awareness, his perception of the spellwork around him becoming crisper, more detailed, like adjusting the focus on a camera. Then black, warmth, strangely, unexpected, a fullness in his chest that felt like grief and pride braided together. Then Slytherin, something ancient and serpentine, not sinister the way he'd always feared but precise, patient, intelligent, the ability to feel magic in the air around him like a physical sense he'd been using at half power all along. Then Merlin, and this one was different. This one was not a door opening. This one was a wall coming down. The magic hit him like a wave. Not painful. He'd expected pain, 6 years of being hit with various curses had calibrated him to expect that intensity meant pain. But this wasn't pain. It was the opposite. It was like being a flat image suddenly gaining depth, suddenly gaining weight and dimension and solidity. Every cell in his body was rewriting itself around a magical core that was apparently 4 times larger than the one he'd been working with, and it was a lot, overwhelming in its completeness, filling every available space, running down his arms and into his hands where they rested on the basin and coming back up again through the liquid, the circuit closing. The room lit up. Not with dramatic colored light. With a deep, even, sourceless glow, the light of magic undisguised, unfiltered, a lord's magic recognizing itself and coming home. Harry exhaled. He felt the rings before Gornik produced them, 5 of them, ancient, 1 for each house, appearing from the Gringotts vaults where they'd been waiting. They settled onto his right hand by the custom of the older houses, stacking, cold and precise. Potter's ring was a griffin in red gold. Black's a 3-headed serpent in white gold. Peveril's a hollow triangle over a circle over a line, in iron-dark metal he didn't recognize. Slytherin's a serpent eating its own tail in green-veined silver. Merlin's ring was last and simplest, a plain band of something that looked like stone but felt alive, pulsing faintly against his finger. "It is done," Ragnarok said. His voice was different now, formal, weighted with the specific gravity of an ancient institution acknowledging a historic moment. "Hail Harry James Potter, Lord of Houses Potter, Black, Peverell, Slytherin, and Merlin. Rightful holder of 9 seats on the Wysengramot of Great Britain. Heir to the oldest magical lineages in the world." The gold in the basin had gone still. Harry looked down at his right hand, at the 5 rings, and then looked up at Ragnarok. "I need an account manager," he said. "Someone I can trust. Someone who knows all 5 estates and can give me a full picture of everything Dumbledore moved or accessed or changed in the last 17 years. "I had anticipated that request," Ragnarok said. "I will be your account manager personally." Harry looked at him. "Not Gornik." "I said personally," Ragnarok said, with a firmness that suggested the matter was not up for discussion. "What was done to you was done under our management. Dumbledore operated within our banking framework in ways we should have detected sooner. We did not." Something moved across that ancient, composed face, something that looked, in the goblin way, like the near cousin of shame. "Gringotts does not take failure in its primary duty lightly, Mr. Potter. Your primary duty is to your client's finances," Harry said. "Our primary duty," Ragnarok said, "is to the truth of accounts. And the true account of your family was hidden from you with our instruments as the vehicle." He held Harry's gaze. "We have a debt. We intend to repay it." Harry nodded once. "Then we have a lot of work to do." Outside, through the stone walls and the marble above and the streets of Diagon Alley beyond that, the wizarding world was going about its morning. None of them knew yet. By the end of the day, Harry thought, they were going to. He flexed his right hand, felt the 5 rings settle against his fingers, felt his magic, his full magic, complete for the first time in his conscious life, move through him like something finally given room to breathe. For the first time in a very long time, Harry Potter smiled. It was a cold morning in July. He was 17 years old. He was lord of 5 ancient houses, heir to 9 Wysengramot seats, the legal owner of 2 Deathly Hallows he hadn't previously known existed, and possessed of a magical core that was apparently roughly 4 times the size of what he'd thought he had. And Albus Dumbledore had absolutely no idea any of this was happening. The smile widened slightly. "Happy birthday," he thought, "to me." Chapter 2, 5 Crowns. The first thing Harry did when he walked out of Gringotts was stop at the top of the marble steps and breathe. Diagon Alley was waking up around him. Shop owners pulling back shutters, a witch with a cart of cauldrons navigating the cobblestones, a pair of young boys dragging their mother toward quality Quidditch supplies. Normal morning. Ordinary wizarding world going about its business in the thin July sunlight, completely unaware that the power balance of their entire political system had just been rewritten in a basement under their feet. Harry breathed in and felt his magic settle around him like a cloak finding its proper drape. That was the only way he could describe it. For 17 years he'd been wearing something that didn't fit, too small, too tight, always slightly wrong in a way he'd never had a reference point to identify because he'd never known anything different. Now it fit. The magic sat in him and moved with him and responded to his thoughts with a speed and clarity that was going to take some getting used to. He could feel the wards on Gringotts behind him, the individual enchantments, their age, the way they interlocked. He could feel the protection charms on the shops across the alley. He could feel a badly performed sticking charm on the cauldron cart 30 feet away that was about to give out. He pointed his wand without thinking about it. The charm reinforced itself. The cauldron stayed on the cart. The witch pushing it didn't notice. Harry put his wand away. All right, then. He had a list of things that needed doing and most of them were going to be complicated, and the first one on the list was also the one he was least looking forward to, because it involved other people's feelings, and Harry had always found the logistics of other people's feelings significantly harder to navigate than anything magical. He needed to tell Hermione and Ron. Not because he was required to. Not because they had any formal role in what came next. But because they were his. The word friends felt insufficient and always had, though he didn't have a better one, and because Hermione in particular was going to be an asset he couldn't afford to leave uninformed. She'd figure out implications he'd miss. She'd know the legal histories, the political ramifications, the specific clauses of the Wisengamot Charter. She'd probably already read the Goblin Banking Compact for fun at some point. And Ron needed to hear this from Harry before he heard it anywhere else. The Ron situation was complicated in a way that Harry hadn't fully worked out yet, but the shape of it was visible from where he stood. The Weasleys were Order of the Phoenix. Molly Weasley was one of Dumbledore's most loyal supporters, genuinely, devotedly loyal, not in a cynical way but in the way of someone who had given her trust completely to a man she believed in absolutely. Dumbledore had been a fixture of the Weasley household since before Ron was born. When Harry walked into this day carrying documented evidence of what Dumbledore had done, the Weasley family was going to fracture along a line that probably already existed in hairline form. Ron was going to be caught in the middle of it. Harry found a quiet doorway between a closed apothecary and a broom repair shop and operatte. The burrow appeared around him in its usual state of cheerful structural improbability, the house that defied architectural physics through a combination of magic and the sheer Weasley refusal to acknowledge that things ought to fall down. The garden was loud with gnomes and sunlight, a chicken somewhere around the back, the smell of something baking drifting from a kitchen window propped open with a copy of the Daily Prophet. He knocked. Hermione opened the door. She was in her pajamas, her hair spectacularly disheveled, and she had a book open in her left hand with her thumb keeping her page. She took one look at his face and said, "What happened?" It wasn't a question. "I need to talk to you and Ron," Harry said. "Both of you, somewhere private." She studied him for a half-second more, her eyes moving over his face, then dropping briefly to his right hand, where the 5 rings caught the morning light. He watched her process that. Hermione's brain worked like a very well-maintained piece of precision equipment, and he could almost see the calculation happening behind her eyes. "Ron's upstairs," she said. "Come in." The kitchen smelled of Mrs. Weasley's cooking and the slightly chaotic warmth that the burrow always carried, layers of family life accumulated over decades. Harry moved through it with the particular awareness of a houseguest who knows a welcome might be about to become complicated. Mrs. Weasley was at the stove with her back to the door. "Harry, dear," she said without turning around, in the way she always knew it was him somehow. "Happy birthday, breakfast will be ready in 20 minutes, I've made, thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said. "I just need to grab Ron for a bit." She turned then, spatula in hand, smile ready, and she saw his expression, and the smile shifted slightly into something more uncertain. Molly Weasley had raised 7 children and had the emotional radar of a woman who had never successfully been lied to by anyone under 40. She felt that something was off. "Of course," she said, carefully. Harry went upstairs. Ron was awake, just barely, sitting on the edge of his bed in a state of rumpled semi-consciousness eating a biscuit. He looked up when Harry came in and his face broke into a grin. "Happy birthday, mate. You're up early." "How was?" He stopped. Looked at Harry properly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," Harry said. "Exactly. I need to tell you something, and I need you to let me get through all of it before you react, okay?" Ron put down the biscuit. He was awake now. "Okay," he said. Hermione came in a minute later, closing the door behind her, and sat cross-legged on Ron's desk chair. She still had the book but she wasn't reading it anymore, it was closed in her lap, and she was watching Harry with her full attention. Harry sat on the end of Ron's bed and talked. He told them everything. Not the abbreviated version, not the managed version, everything, in the order it happened, without softening any of it. The letter at 4 in the morning. The basin. The runes. 5 titles. For suppressions, each one deliberate, each one carrying Dumbledore's magical signature like a signed confession. 30%. 42% of the Wizengamot built on stolen votes. The Merlin suppression placed in 1942 before Harry's parents were even born. He talked for 15 minutes without stopping. When he finished, Ron was very still and Hermione had the expression of someone who had been hit across the face with new information and was methodically picking it up and examining each piece. The rings, Hermione said. Her voice was steady but there was something trembling under it, not fear, but the emotional weight of something enormous settling into place. Can I see? Harry held out his right hand. Hermione leaned forward and looked at the 5 rings with the focused intensity she usually reserved for a particularly challenging section of ancient magical theory. Her eyes went from the Griffin of Potter to the Serpentale of Slytherin to the old Iron Dark of Peverell, and when she reached Merlin's plain stone band her breath caught audibly. Harry, she said. I know. Do you actually know what this means? Legally, politically, historically, do you? I'm starting to, Harry said. That's partly why I'm here. Ron had been quiet for a while now, which for Ron was unusual enough to be notable. Harry looked at him. Ron's jaw was tight and he was staring at his own hands on his knees, and Harry could see the specific internal war happening in real time, the loyalty that was bone deep, the love for his family, and the collision with what Harry had just laid in front of him. Mum knows, Ron said. It wasn't a question. I don't know exactly what she knows, Harry said carefully. She knows enough, Ron said, still not looking up. Dumbledore's been in our house since before I can remember. She talks about him like he hung the bloody stars. He exhaled hard. She doesn't know about the titles, I don't think. But the order, she knows things go through Dumbledore and she doesn't ask why. She just trusts him. He finally looked up, and his eyes were red at the rims in the way of someone fighting something back. She thought it was all for you. Keeping you safe. I know, Harry said. She loves you, Harry. Whatever else, whatever she knew or didn't know, I know that too, Harry said. Ron. I'm not here to blow your family apart. But I'm not going to pretend this isn't what it is. Ron held his gaze for a moment, then nodded. Just once. Okay, he said. Okay. What do you need? That was Ron. That had always been Ron, when it mattered, when the real question was asked, his answer was what do you need rather than what does this mean for me. Harry had taken it for granted too many times. He didn't intend to take it for granted now. I need Hermione's brain, Harry said frankly, and I need to know you're both still with me, because what's about to happen is going to move fast and it's going to get complicated. Still with you, Ron said immediately. Obviously, Hermione said, with a firmness that suggested she found the question mildly offensive. She'd already got up and gone to the small bag on Ron's desk where she kept her ever-present notes. Right. Wizengamot. 9 seats. When do you take them? Ragnarok said the formal notification goes out from Gringotts today. The seats become mine legally the moment the notification reaches the Wizengamot clerk's office. The actual ceremony for sitting, I can request an emergency sitting within 48 hours under the old charter provisions, apparently. Harry paused. The lordship of Merlin hasn't been exercised in 300 years. There are specific protocol provisions that get triggered. Hermione was already writing. What provisions? Ragnarok is sending me the details this afternoon by secure goblin post. But the short version is that Merlin's seat carries the title of Archmagus, and an Archmagus on the Wizengamot takes precedence over the chief warlock position. He watched that land. Hermione's quill stopped moving. Over the chief warlock, she repeated. Yes. Dumbledore's position. Yes. She put the quill down and looked at him with an expression that mixed awe with something that was almost exasperated, the look of someone who had just realized the game they thought they were playing was actually a different, much larger game that someone else had been winning all along without her realizing. Harry. You outrank him. Formally, legally, by ancient charter, by a title he thought he'd safely buried in 1942, yes. He is going to be, she stopped. She was visibly recalibrating her model of Dumbledore, the same way you recalibrated a map when you realized the scale was wrong. He planned for a lot of things, she said slowly. This is not one of them. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. Ron, who had been following this with the expression of someone watching a chess game where the pieces were real people, leaned forward. What about Voldemort? The Slytherin title, you said it devolved to you because of the night your parents died? Ragnarok's interpretation is that Voldemort's first death, the loss of his body, was sufficient to trigger the title transfer under the conquest provisions of the old charter. He didn't die completely, but his physical and magical form were destroyed to the point where the title devolved. Harry holds Slytherin by blood through his mother's line and by conquest through surviving the curse. He glanced down at the serpentine ring on his hand. It's legally his, full stop. When Voldemort comes back, it creates an interesting problem for him. He can't claim his own family title, Hermione said. Because you hold it. And because, Harry said, the Wizengamot seat for House Slytherin becomes mine. Which means every time someone invokes Slytherin's legacy to justify supporting Voldemort, they're invoking my house. The three of them sat with that for a moment. That's actually kind of brilliant, Ron said. Ragnarok seemed pleased about it, Harry said. In the goblin way. Where pleased looks like slightly less than furious. That got a short laugh from both of them, which was what it was meant to do, break the tension just enough to let them all breathe. Okay, Hermione said, quill back in hand. The ceremony. You said the Peverell title was the third one claimed in the audit basin, and that the vault contains, she lowered her voice reflexively, which Harry found touching, the other two hallows. The Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, Harry confirmed. Both sealed in the Peverell vault since Gringotts was founded. Have you accessed the vault yet? No. Ragnarok is arranging vault access for today. All 5 vaults. He paused. The Merlin vault has never been opened. Never, Hermione breathed. Not once. Since the bank was founded. She was quiet for a second, and Harry could see her imagination doing something dramatic. Harry, she said, very carefully, do you understand that whatever is in that vault could rewrite our understanding of magical history? That if Merlin sealed things away personally, his notes, his research, potentially his own work on foundational magic, Hermione. Harry said her name gently but clearly, reining her back in. She blinked. Right. Priorities. Dumbledore first, Voldemort second, historical magical scholarship third. In that order, yes. Ron stretched, cracking his knuckles. So the plan is, claim the vaults, take the Wizengamot seats, and then what? Dumbledore just, accepts it. Harry thought about the postscript on the letter. Do not inform Professor Dumbledore. He thought about Ragnarok's careful, deliberate phrasing, he is not a careless man. He thought about 1942. No, Harry said. He'll have a response. I don't know exactly what it is, but he's been managing this situation for 45 years and he's smart enough to know that he can't simply undo what Gringotts has done. He can't fight the compact. He looked at his rings. What he'll do is reframe it. He'll have an explanation that sounds reasonable. He'll present the suppressions as protective rather than thieving. He'll say he was keeping me safe, keeping the titles dormant until I was ready, preventing Voldemort from learning what I carried. He looked up. And the terrible thing is, some people will believe him. Because some of it might even be partially true, Hermione said quietly. He's not, he doesn't do things for simple reasons. No, Harry agreed. He doesn't. Ron said, "Do you think he thought he was doing right?" The question sat in the room. Harry considered it honestly, because Ron deserved an honest answer and also because he'd been asking himself the same thing. "I think he thought the ends justified the means," Harry said finally. "I think he decided a very long time ago that he was the only person qualified to manage this situation, and once you make that decision, every other decision follows from it automatically. Keep Harry manageable. Keep Harry focused. Keep Harry just powerful enough to be useful, not powerful enough to make his own choices." He paused. "I think he loves me in whatever way Dumbledore is capable of love. And I think that made it easier, not harder. Because he got to tell himself it was for my protection." Hermione was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite name. Something soft in it, something sad. "When are you going to face him?" she asked. "Not today," Harry said. "Today I need to understand what I have before I deal with what I've lost." He stood, something decisive crystallizing in him. "I'm going back to Gringotts. I'm taking all 5 vaults. I need you two to come with me, not for the vault access, that's mine alone by the charter, but because afterward, there are things I need to move quickly and I need people I trust to cover flanks." "We're coming," Hermione said, already on her feet. "Give me 2 minutes to get dressed." "Ron," Harry said. Ron looked at him steadily. "Yeah. Your mum's going to find out. Probably today, when the Wisengamot notification goes out. Dumbledore will contact Order members." He held Ron's gaze. "I'm not asking you to choose between your family and me. But I am asking you to be honest with me about where you are." Ron stood up. He was taller than Harry and had been for 2 years, and when he set his jaw there was something in him that recalled his brothers, the specific Weasley quality of stubbornness transformed into something like bedrock. "My family isn't Dumbledore," Ron said. "My mum trusted him, yeah. But she'd also burn the ministry to the ground if she thought someone had stolen my inheritance from me since birth. A beat. And your family, Harry. Have been for years. So." He shrugged, with the specific Ron Weasley casualness that Harry recognized as the casing around something very sincere. "Let's go take your vaults." They got back to Gringotts at 10:30. Ragnarok had clearly been busy. The ritual chamber had been reset, the basin cleared, the audit ledgers back in their alcoves, and a new goblin Harry hadn't seen, younger and brisk with a leather portfolio tucked under one arm, was waiting with a small stack of vault keys on a silver tray. Hermione and Ron waited in an outer room while Ragnarok took Harry through. The Potter vault was familiar enough, the warm gold light of it, the stacks of coins, the locked boxes in the back that had always made him vaguely curious. He could open them now. He did. Most were documents, deeds, correspondence, a sealed letter from his father that made his chest ache when he touched it. He left it. Not now. Later, when he had time to be a person rather than a lord. The Black Vault was different. Larger, colder, the organized chaos of a family that had accumulated wealth over centuries with the specific intensity of people who viewed money as evidence of superiority. The liquid assets were, as Ragnarok had said, considerable, stack upon stack of galleons, but also gems, artifacts, rolled documents in sealed cases that Ragnarok identified as property deeds across 3 countries. Harry walked through it and felt serious, not a haunting, just a familiarity, a sense that this room had been waiting for someone who actually deserved it. The Peverell vault opened differently from the others. The goblin with the portfolio pressed a seal against the door instead of using a key, and the door responded not by swinging open but by dissolving, the stone simply ceasing to be present, folding out of existence to reveal what was beyond it. It was small. Smaller than Harry had expected given the weight of its reputation, the way Ragnarok had spoken about it. Maybe 20 feet across, the walls lined with carved stone shelves. Most of what was on the shelves was wrapped, sealed, labeled in script too old for Harry to read. On a central pedestal, in a flat case of clear crystal, were 2 objects. The Elder Wand was exactly what the stories suggested and somehow also completely different from how Harry had imagined it. Elder wood, dark and dense, with a series of subtle carvings he'd have missed if he hadn't been looking. It was about the same length as his own wand, no more impressive in size, but the presence of it was different. It felt like standing next to a very old tree in a very old forest. Not threatening. Just ancient, and patient, and entirely confident in what it was. The resurrection stone was set in a ring, not unlike the gaunt ring he'd read about in Dumbledore's careful history of Horcruxes, but cleaner, older, the stone itself a deep black with what might have been a symbol cut into it so finely it was nearly invisible. Harry reached into the case and picked up the Elder Wand. The response was immediate and physical, the wand warmed to his touch in a way that no borrowed wand had ever done, the way only his Hollyann Phoenix Feather wand did, that specific resonance of a match well made. It wasn't a shock, it wasn't lightning, it was more like a key fitting a lock with the certainty of something designed for exactly that purpose. He looked at it for a moment, then set it down and picked up the stone. Colder than the wand. It sat in his palm with a stillness that was different from ordinary stone, a kind of potential, coiled and waiting. Harry thought, involuntarily, of Sirius. Of his parents. Of Remus, and Tonks, and all the people the war had taken. He put the stone carefully in his pocket. He wasn't going to use it. Not today. Maybe not ever. Dumbledore's notes on the Hallows had been clear enough about the danger of the resurrection stone even without the curse on the gaunt ring. But it was his, and he wasn't leaving it here. The Elder Wand he tucked inside his jacket next to his Holly Wand. 2 wands. That was going to take some adjustment. The Slytherin vault was last of the normal vaults, the Merlin vault was a different category entirely, deeper, requiring a separate journey by cart to a level of the bank that Harry had never known existed. The Slytherin vault greeted him with a cold green light, everything silver and emerald veined, a collection of dark artifacts and ancient texts and political documents accumulated over 1,000 years by the wheeliest family in British magical history. There was a Parseltongue library, a whole wall of it, texts sealed until opened by a Parselmouth. Harry stood in front of it and said, in the liquid syllables of the snake tongue that still felt like breathing to him, open. The texts unsealed themselves, one after another down the shelf, their spines glowing faintly. He didn't take any now. He noted them. He also noted several very specific documents in the sealed correspondence section, letters exchanged between the Slytherin estate and various ministry officials over the previous 50 years, maintained in charm-sealed cases. A future resource. And then the cart took them deeper. The cart didn't follow the usual tracks. It angled downward at a slope that was steeper than anything Harry had experienced on previous Gringotts trips, the torches on the walls giving way to a different kind of light, phosphorescent growth on the stone, cool blue-white, ancient and organic. The temperature dropped, then equalized into something that wasn't cold exactly but was removed from the ordinary world's weather in the way of very deep places. They stopped at a door that wasn't a door. It was a section of the tunnel wall that looked identical to every other section of the tunnel wall. No handle, no keyhole, no seam. Ragnarok stepped forward and placed his open palm flat against the stone and spoke, in a goblin dialect that Harry had never heard, older, lower, something that moved through the stone as much as through the air. The wall lit up. The light was that deep gold again, the same color as the audit basin when Harry's blood had hit it. The stone didn't open so much as reveal itself to be an illusion. Behind it was a corridor, and the corridor was long. They walked. The corridor's walls were carved from floor to ceiling, not decorative carvings, not art for art's sake, but recorded carvings. Harry glanced at them as he walked and felt the hairs on his arms rise because he recognized the style from magical history books, from Hogwarts' oldest corridors, from the founding-era illustrations he'd seen in the restricted section. These were pre-Norman. These were old in a way that made Hogwarts feel recent. Did he carve these himself? Harry asked quietly. The historical record suggests so, Ragnarok said. The Goblin historians who first catalogued this vault in the founding era recorded that the corridor was complete when they arrived. They never saw him carve it. A pause. They were not entirely sure when it had been done. The corridor ended in another wall. This one had a single symbol on it, the same symbol as on Merlin's ring. Not the Deathly Hallows symbol but the older one it derived from, the original, a perfect circle bisected by a line, the line extending beyond the circle at both ends. Harry pressed the ring against the symbol. The wall opened. What was inside took his breath away. Not because it was full of gold or weapons or spectacular magical artifacts, though there were all of those. What took his breath away was the scale of it, a room the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts, lit by the same phosphorescent light as the corridor, every surface organized with a precision that suggested a mind of extraordinary clarity and patience. Bookshelves from floor to ceiling. Workbenches laid out with instruments that Harry didn't recognize. In the center of the room, on a raised dais, a single chair, not a throne, nothing so performative as that. Just a chair, large and simple, with a desk in front of it covered in open books that looked as though they'd been mid-use when their owner stepped away. As if he'd just popped out and hadn't come back yet. Hermione was going to lose her mind in here. Harry filed that thought away. He walked to the desk and looked at the open books and found that the ink in them hadn't faded. The words were as fresh as if written that morning in a clear, vigorous hand. The language was early Welsh, mixed with Latin and something else, a linguistic form that Harry half recognized from Parseltongue as though the two languages shared a distant ancestor. He picked up one book. It seemed to settle into his hands the same way the Elder Wand had, with recognition. Ragnarok, who had followed him in and was standing near the entrance with an expression of professional composure over something that might have been reverence, said, "We estimate there are 12,000 texts in this vault. Several hundred of the sealed artifacts. A considerable portion of it predates any other known magical repository in Europe." He left it for someone, Harry said. He wasn't really talking to Ragnarok. He was looking at the desk, the open books, the chair oriented to the entrance as if whoever sat there expected to receive visitors. He knew someone would come here eventually. "We have always believed so," Ragnarok said. "We simply did not know when." Harry set the book carefully back on the desk. He wasn't ready for this vault. Not today, not while there were battles to fight in the present. This was a vault for the version of his life that came after. For when the war was over and he could sit in that chair for a week with nothing to do but read. "Close it up," he said. "Full wards, no access except mine. Not even Gringotts' staff." If Ragnarok was offended by that last clause, he didn't show it. "As you wish." They made their way back up. Hermione descended on him the second he came back into the outer room. "The Merlin Vault is extraordinary," Harry said, "and you'll see it later. Right now I need to eat something because I've been up since 2 in the morning and the world just got considerably more complicated." She read his face and, with the specific discipline of someone who really wanted to ask 17 questions and was reining it in through force of will, said only, "There's a cafe on the corner." They sat in a corner booth, Harry with his back to the wall, wand loose in his pocket, old habit, and ordered food that Harry ate with the focused efficiency of someone refueling rather than eating, and between bites he and Hermione and Ron mapped out the immediate next steps. "Dumbledore will know by end of day," Hermione said, her own food untouched in favor of her notebook. "The Gringotts notification to the Wisengamot is public record, any clerk will have access to it, and Dumbledore has people in the clerk's office." "Good," Harry said. "I want him to know through official channels. Not from me." "Why?" Ron asked. "Because if he hears it officially, he can't claim it was a mistake or a miscommunication. The record exists. He has to respond to it formally." Harry drank his tea. "And his formal response will tell us exactly how he's going to play this." Hermione nodded slowly. "He'll probably request a meeting." "Yes." "Are you going to agree to it?" Harry thought about it. The strategic answer was to delay, consolidate power, secure the seats, build the political position before confronting Dumbledore directly. Give him less time to maneuver. But there was a version of this where the cleanest path was also the most direct one. Where confronting Dumbledore face to face, early, with the documents in hand and the rings on his fingers and the full weight of the Gringotts audit behind him, was better than a slow-building political war. Dumbledore was brilliant at slow-building political wars. He'd been winning one for decades. Harry was, he was coming to understand, significantly less predictable. I'll meet him, Harry said. But on my terms, in my venue, with Ragnarok present as a neutral legal witness. He picked up his tea again. He needs to look at the documents and explain himself in front of someone whose word he can't simply dismiss or manage. Ron whistled low. He's not going to like that. No, Harry agreed simply. He's not. Hermione was quiet for a moment, tapping her quill against her notebook in the pattern she always made when she was working through something she wasn't sure how to say. Harry, she said. Yeah. The 30%. She looked at him directly, the way she always did when she decided to say the hard thing. You've been operating at 30% of your natural capacity since you were born. You fought a basilisk, you held off Dementors, you survived 2 Triwizard tasks and the Department of Mysteries and Voldemort himself, at 30%. She paused. I need you to understand what that means for what comes next. The full version of you is, the magic in that room when you came back out was different. You feel different. I noticed it the second you walked in. Different how? Harry asked. She thought for a moment. Heavier, she said. Not in a bad way. More, present. Like the room knew you were in it. Harry looked down at the 5 rings on his right hand. The stone of Merlin's ring was still faintly warm against his finger. I noticed that too, he said. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that was trying to stay casual and not entirely succeeding. You're going to be mental in a duel now, aren't you? Hopefully I won't need to find out, Harry said. Ron's expression suggested he thought that was optimistic to the point of naivety, but he had the wisdom to keep that to himself. Outside the cafe window, Diagon Alley was busy now, mid-morning, the full press of the wizarding world going about its summer business. Harry watched it for a moment through the glass. The Daily Prophet board at the newsstand had a headline about ministry security appointments. The usual small world of it, the circular concerns, the carefully maintained ignorance of most of the wizarding public about the real shape of their own political reality. That was going to change. Not all at once. Change of that magnitude didn't work all at once, it built, it accumulated, it gathered speed until the point of no return was behind you before you'd consciously chosen to cross it. But it was going to change. Harry could see the shape of it from here, the way you could see the shape of a fire from a distance before you felt its heat. He'd spent 17 years being someone else's piece on someone else's board. He was done with that now. The rings caught the light as he stood up from the table, all 5 of them, and several witches at the next table glanced at his hand with the sharp attention of people who recognized what they were looking at. Harry watched them recognize it and didn't look away when their eyes came up to his face. Let them look. He put on his jacket, straightened his collar, checked his wand. Right, he said to Hermione and Ron. Let's go plan a war. Chapter 3, The Headmaster's Ledger. The letter from Dumbledore arrived at 6 in the evening. Harry had been expecting it. He was sitting in the study of Grimmauld Place, his Grimmauld Place now, no longer the Order's borrowed headquarters, no longer a house that felt like Sirius's grief preserved in amber, with Ragnarok's detailed summary of the Wizengamot protocol spread across the desk in front of him, a cup of tea gone cold at his elbow, when the silver and blue owl tapped the window. He opened the letter without any particular feeling about it. Dear Harry, I understand that you visited Gringotts this morning for what appears to have been a mandatory inheritance audit. I confess I was not informed of this appointment, and I am sure you can understand my concern when the notification arrived at the Wizengamot clerk's office this afternoon. There is a great deal I would like to discuss with you. There are things I should have told you long ago, and I am aware that the timing and manner of today's discoveries was not ideal. I ask only that you come to Hogwarts so that we might speak properly, as we have always done. I remain, as ever, your devoted servant and friend, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it once, then read it again more slowly, identifying each careful construction. I was not informed rather than you didn't tell me. Not ideal rather than any direct acknowledgement of wrongdoing. As we have always done, framing the meeting as a return to familiar territory, comfortable territory, territory where Dumbledore was the one behind the desk. The letter was a masterpiece of gentle misdirection. It admitted nothing, apologized for nothing, and managed nonetheless to sound like both. Harry folded it and set it aside. He picked up his own quill. Professor Dumbledore, I'm happy to meet. However, the conversation I intend to have requires a neutral venue and a formal witness. I propose the Gringotts conference room, with Director Ragnarok present in his legal capacity under the terms of the banking compact. Tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock. Harry Potter, Lord Potter-Black-Peverell-Slytherin-Merlin. He signed it with all 5 titles, sealed it, and sent it back with the owl. Then he went downstairs and made himself a proper dinner and thought about nothing in particular for an hour, which he'd learned over the years was one of the most useful things you could do before a confrontation. Don't over-prepare your emotional state. Don't rehearse the anger. Just exist for a while, let the mind go quiet, and walk in fresh. He was halfway through a very ordinary plate of eggs when the reply came back. 7 words. I will be there. Until then. A.D. He told Hermione about the meeting that night. She was at Grimmauld Place too now. She'd gone back to the Burrow to pack a bag with the efficient air of someone who had already decided she was relocating and just needed to execute on it, and had returned with 2 bags and an expression suggesting she'd had a brief and not entirely comfortable exchange with Mrs. Weasley. How was she? Harry asked. Worried, Hermione said, setting her bags down in the entrance hall. Not angry yet. She didn't know about the Wisengamot notification. Fred and George told her about it because they heard through their joke shop connections, and she was asking questions that I didn't really have a mandate to answer. She looked at Harry. She's going to contact Dumbledore. I know, Harry said. She probably already has. Hermione sat on the stairs, still in her coat. Harry, she's not his instrument. She genuinely believes in him. That's not the same thing as being complicit. I know that too, Harry said. The Weasleys are off the board entirely. This is between me and Dumbledore. He paused. Where's Ron? He's coming tomorrow morning. He needed to stay tonight. She looked at her hands. Fred and George are with him. I think they're going to be on our side. George especially has always been skeptical about Dumbledore's handling of things. But tonight is for the family. Harry nodded. He told her about the meeting. Her face ran through a sequence of expressions that he'd learned to read over years, the initial calculation, the risk assessment, the moment where something personal broke through the professional composure. You're going to confront him with Ragnarok in the room, she said. Not confront. Document. Harry leaned against the hallway wall. There's a difference. Confronting him lets him turn it into a personal conversation, the old headmaster and his troubled student having a difficult discussion. Documenting it in front of a legal witness under compact rules means everything he says is formally recorded. He can't walk it back. He can't reframe it for a different audience later. Hermione was quiet for a moment. He's going to try to explain the suppressions as protective. Yes. And some of the explanation might even be coherent. Probably. So you need to be ready for coherent, she said. Ready for him to say something that sounds reasonable and feels reasonable and has enough truth in it that it's genuinely hard to argue with. Harry looked at her. That's why I need you in the building, he said. Not in the room, it needs to be the 3 of us, me, Ragnarok, Dumbledore. But afterward, I'm going to need you to pick apart whatever he says and find the places where the reasoning breaks down. Because it will break down somewhere. She nodded, and he could see her already constructing the analytical framework, the research questions, the specific texts she was going to check before morning. "Hermione," he said. She looked up. "Thank you," he said. For not saying this is unfair to Dumbledore. Or that I should give him the benefit of the doubt." She held his gaze with a steadiness that was one of the things he valued most about her. "He suppressed your identity since you were 15 months old," she said. "He used your stolen political power to build a majority in the Wizengamot. He placed a magic-suppressing charm on your ancestral title 45 years before you were born." She paused. The benefit of the doubt ran out somewhere in 1942. Harry went to bed and slept well, which surprised him and probably said something worth examining about his psychology. Gringotts in the morning had a different quality than Gringotts in the evening, busier, more purposeful, the great marble hall full of the transactional energy of money moving and accounts being settled and the constant low hum of a financial institution that never truly rested. Harry arrived at 10 to 9, Hermione beside him, Ron a step behind. Ron had dark circles under his eyes but his jaw was set and his handshake when Harry met him at the door was firm. "How's your mum?" Harry asked. "Upset," Ron said. "Took it out on the garden this morning. Dad talked to her last night." He shrugged. "She loves you. She's scared. She told Dad she thinks Dumbledore must have had a reason." "He did have a reason," Harry said. "Yeah," Ron said. "That's what Dad said too. He said having a reason isn't the same as being right." He looked at Harry steadily. "Mum's not your enemy. She just needs time to work through it." "I know," Harry said. Ragnock met them at the entrance to the conference wing and led Harry and Ron and Hermione through a corridor that Harry hadn't seen before, this one above ground level, paneled in dark wood and hung with portraits of goblin banking executives going back centuries. The conference room at the end of it was large and formal, a long table of polished stone with chairs on both sides, a goblin secretary at a smaller desk in the corner, quill and parchment ready. "Everything said in this room is formally recorded under the compact," Ragnock said. He did not look at Harry but his tone carried a specific kind of emphasis. "Both parties are advised to be precise." "Understood," Harry said. Hermione and Ron settled into chairs along the wall, present as Harry's representatives but not at the formal table. Harry sat at the near end of the table. Ragnock sat at the far end, with the goblin secretary to his left. The chair opposite Harry was empty. It didn't stay empty long. Albus Dumbledore walked into the room at exactly 9 o'clock and filled it. That was the only honest description. He walked in and the room changed, the way the sky changes when cloud cover shifts and the light reorganizes itself around a new source. He was tall, he was old, his half-moon spectacles and his long silver beard and the deep purple robes were exactly as they'd always been, and his blue eyes went immediately to Harry's face with the focused warmth that Harry had spent years responding to instinctively. He felt the instinct. He noted it. He let it pass. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice was everything it had always been, warm, measured, gentle in the specific way of someone who had practiced gentleness until it was indistinguishable from natural character. "Professor," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the room, at Ragnock, at the goblin secretary, at Ron and Hermione along the wall. Something moved across his face that was too brief and too well managed to name before it became the familiar expression of benign acceptance. "I see you've arranged this with some formality," Dumbledore said. "Under the terms of the banking compact," Harry said. "Sit down, please." There was a half-beat where the air in the room shifted, and Harry understood what had just happened. He'd told Dumbledore to sit down. In a room, in a meeting, under circumstances of Harry's choosing, using language that assumed authority. For 60 years, Dumbledore had been the person who gestured others into chairs. Dumbledore sat down. "Director Ragnock," Dumbledore said, with the particular grace of someone changing tactical ground smoothly. "I appreciate Gringotts facilitating this meeting." "We are not facilitating," Ragnock said with quiet precision. "We are witnessing. There is a difference." Dumbledore acknowledged this with a slight incline of his head. Then he looked back at Harry, and for a moment the warm professional exterior thinned slightly, and beneath it Harry saw something that was more honest, something that looked, improbably, like tiredness. "I imagine you have questions," Dumbledore said. "I have documents," Harry said. He placed the audit summary on the table and slid it across. Dumbledore looked at it. He didn't reach for it immediately. He looked at it the way you look at something you've been expecting for a long time and have made a certain peace with, though not a complete one. Then he picked it up and read. The room was quiet for 2 minutes. Outside, through the thick stone walls, the muffled sounds of Gringotts going about its business. The goblin secretary's quill moved steadily. Ragnar sat with his hands folded and his expression closed. Harry waited. He watched Dumbledore read and saw the things that Dumbledore couldn't entirely suppress, a slight tightening around the eyes at the Merlin entry, a stillness at the 30% notation that lasted a fraction of a second too long. Not guilt, exactly. Something older than guilt. The expression of a man confronting the accumulated weight of a choice he made long ago and has spent years justifying. Dumbledore set the document down. "You want an explanation," he said. "I want the truth," Harry said. "Which is not the same thing, and I think you know that." Dumbledore looked at him with those blue eyes, and in them Harry saw the particular pain of a brilliant man being understood precisely by someone he'd underestimated. "The Merlin suppression," Dumbledore began. 1942, Harry said. "Start there." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was the same as always, measured, unhurried, the voice of a man who believed in the power of his own narrative. "In 1942, I became aware through my research into the Peverell genealogy that the line had not, as was commonly believed, ended. It continued through a collateral branch that would eventually produce your grandmother, your mother, and ultimately you." He paused. "I also became aware, in the same period, that a student of mine named Tom Riddle was beginning to explore avenues of power that would eventually make him extraordinarily dangerous." "You connected the two," Harry said. "I did. I understood that when the heir of Merlin eventually appeared, the magical world would reorganize around that fact. Powers, politics, ancient obligations, all of it would shift." He folded his hands on the table. "I also understood that if Tom Riddle, if Voldemort, were to discover the same lineage, the consequences could be catastrophic. He would either seek to destroy the heir before they could claim their power, or seek to control them entirely." "So you suppressed the title," Harry said. "To protect the heir?" "Yes." "Before the heir existed?" "Yes." Harry let that sit for a moment. "And the Peverell title? And the Slytherin title? And the Black title after Sirius died?" He kept his voice entirely level. "All protective. All necessary," Dumbledore said, and there was the word, not protective, which acknowledged Harry's perspective, but necessary, which asserted his own judgment as the organizing principle. "Necessary for whom?" Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes didn't move from Harry's face. "For the mission. For the defeat of Voldemort. For your majority in the Wizengamot," Harry said. Silence. It was a different quality of silence from the kind that had preceded it. The goblin secretary's quill kept moving. Ragnar hadn't shifted. Dumbledore said nothing. "The suppressed titles redirected proxy votes to the person who cast the suppression," Harry said. "You know that. You were the one who cast them. 9 votes, on top of your own seat and the order proxies. 42% of the chamber, built in part on titles you stole from me before I could walk." He paused. "So I'll ask again. Necessary for whom?" Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "Both." Harry had been expecting deflection, justification, the elaborate architecture of a brilliant man's self-serving narrative. He hadn't expected that. "Both," he repeated. "Both," Dumbledore said. "Yes." I needed the political majority to pursue the policies I believed, and still believe, were necessary for the war against Voldemort. I needed to control the ministry's direction, the Wisengamot's rulings, the direction of resources. And yes, Harry, I used your titles to do it. I am not going to sit here and tell you that was a coincidence or an accident. He held Harry's gaze with something that was not quite defiance and not quite shame, something between them, something more honest than either. I made a choice. I knew what the votes represented and I used them. Hermione made a sound along the wall. Ron said nothing. Harry looked at Dumbledore and felt something cold and clear and final settling into place. He'd been prepared for the architecture of justification. He hadn't been fully prepared for the old man to just say it. To sit across a stone table in a goblin bank and admit it without flourish. It was the most Dumbledore thing he'd ever done. The 30%, Harry said. Dumbledore's composure fractured. It was brief, a second, maybe less, but Harry saw it. The specific pain of a man confronted with a consequence he'd known about and chosen not to look at directly. I knew the suppressions would limit your natural magical development, Dumbledore said quietly. I did not know the precise figure. I told myself it was temporary. That I would lift them at the appropriate time. He paused. There was always a reason to delay. Another threat, another complication, another year when lifting them would have created more chaos than it prevented. And you'd have chosen the right moment, Harry said. To give me back what was mine. Yes. When you decided I was ready. Yes. When it was useful to you. A pause. When it was safe, Dumbledore said. That's not what you meant, Harry said. Another pause. Longer. No, Dumbledore said at last. It isn't what I meant. The admission fell into the room like something heavy. Ragnarok spoke for the first time since the meeting began, his voice carrying the specific weight of formal legal process. For the record, he said, and the Goblin secretary's quill moved with increased speed, the individual present who is identified as Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore has confirmed the deliberate placement of title suppression charms on the lordships of houses Peverell, Black, Slytherin, and Merlin, with full knowledge of the proxy vote redirection resulting therefrom. He has confirmed these actions were intentional and ongoing. Ragnarok looked at Dumbledore without expression. This testimony is now part of the formal Gringotts record under the banking compact and cannot be expunged, modified, or denied. Dumbledore looked at Ragnarok with an expression Harry couldn't read, the old headmaster meeting the old goblin across the specific terrain of something that was going to outlast both of them. I understand, Dumbledore said. Good, Ragnarok said, and returned to stillness. Harry leaned forward slightly. I'm not going to have you arrested, he said. Dumbledore looked at him. Surprised, Harry thought, despite everything. The formal complaint is filed, Harry continued, and the record stands. That's permanent. Anyone who wants to find the truth of it can. He held Dumbledore's gaze. But I'm not interested in destroying you. I'm interested in finishing the war. And for that, I need you to understand that the way it has been is over. What way would you have it be? Dumbledore asked, and there was something in his voice now that was genuine curiosity, the old scholar beneath the politician, actually asking. Honest, Harry said. I make my own decisions about what I'm willing to risk and what I'm willing to sacrifice. You bring me information rather than managed parcels of it. You recognize that 9 Wisengamot votes are not yours and have never been yours. He paused. And you give me the Horcrux research. All of it. Every note, every source, every theory you've developed and set aside. Not the version you edited for my protection. Everything. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The Horcruxes, he said. All of them, Harry said. You know more than you've told me. You always have. Dumbledore looked at Harry across the table, really looked, the way he sometimes did in private moments that felt like the performance dropping away, and Harry saw the full complexity of him in that look. A man who had spent a century being the most brilliant person in most rooms he'd ever entered. A man who had watched good people die because of mistakes he'd made and had layered each loss over with the sediment of greater purpose until he'd built a monument of justification so tall he'd forgotten what was at the base of it. A man who loved Harry Potter in the specific broken way of someone who had decided his love was best expressed as management. "There are 7 Horcruxes," Dumbledore said. He said it quietly, as though putting something down he'd been carrying for a long time. Or rather, there were 7. One has been destroyed. You carry one. The room changed. Harry felt it, felt Hermione go still along the wall, felt Ron's sharp intake of breath. He kept his own face level. "Say that again," Harry said. "The scar," Dumbledore said. "When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded on the night of your parents' deaths, it did not simply fail. The force of his death, partial death, tore a fragment of his soul free, and that fragment attached itself to the only living thing in the room." He paused. And Harry saw that he had known this for years. "You are a Horcrux, Harry. Unintentional, unmade by design, but a Horcrux nonetheless." Harry said nothing. He sat at the stone table in the Gringotts conference room on the morning of his 17th birthday, the second morning of the rest of his life, and held this new information steadily, turning it over, examining it from each angle with the cold clear mind that had settled into him like sediment over the last 24 hours. "You knew this," Harry said. "For how long?" "Since your 5th year," Dumbledore said. "When I reviewed the evidence of the night in full detail. I had theories before that, but certainty, near certainty, from your 5th year. And you didn't tell me." "No. Because the logical conclusion of that information," Dumbledore said, and his voice was now carrying something that was genuinely painful to listen to, the exhausted candor of a man who'd been carrying a weight for years and had finally been asked to put it on the table, "is that for Voldemort to die, the Horcrux inside you must be destroyed. And for the Horcrux to be destroyed, I have to die," Harry said. "Yes." The room was entirely still. Harry breathed in and out once, slowly. He thought about the resurrection stone in his pocket. He thought about the Merlin vault and the books open on the desk and the chair facing the entrance. He thought about 30%, and what 40 years of the world's oldest magical lineage fully unlocked might mean for assumptions about what was and wasn't survivable. "Here's what I think," Harry said, and his voice was completely steady. "I think the conclusion you drew is based on a framework that's missing information. Specifically, information about what I am now." He held up his right hand, 5 rings. "A standard Horcrux destruction requires the container to be damaged beyond magical repair. But a Horcrux unintentionally embedded in a living lord of 5 ancient houses, including the house of the man who invented the magic Voldemort based his Horcrux ritual on," he watched Dumbledore's eyes widen fractionally, "that's a different problem. And a different problem has different solutions." Hermione said from the wall, very quietly, "He's right." Dumbledore looked at her. Then back at Harry. "The Merlin vault," Dumbledore said. "Not a question." He'd known about it for years, had tried to access it for years, had been denied every time. The look on his face was the look of a chess grandmaster watching a piece he thought was a pawn demonstrate it had been a queen all along. "Among other resources, yes," Harry said. "Which is why I'm going to resolve this my way now." He stood. "The Wisengamot session is in 2 days. All 9 of my seats will be formally occupied. I'll need the Order's cooperation during the transition, but I won't need its permission. The Horcrux situation is mine to research and mine to address." He picked up the audit document and folded it. "You're not removed from the war effort. Your knowledge is too valuable and I'm not stupid enough to waste it. But the structure changes. You advise. You don't decide." He looked at Dumbledore one final time. The old man was looking at him with an expression that Harry found genuinely difficult to parse, something that contained loss, and calculation, and underneath both of those, something that might have been relief. The specific relief of a man who had been carrying something alone for too long and had just been told he didn't have to carry it alone anymore, even if the terms of the sharing weren't what he'd have chosen. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said quietly. "That is insufficient." "I know it is insufficient. But it is what I have." Harry looked at him for a moment. "Then give me the Horcrux research," he said. "That's a better apology than words." He left without waiting for a response. Outside in the corridor, Ragnarok walked beside him in silence for 30 seconds before Harry asked, "Got all of it?" "Every word," Ragnarok said. "The record is sealed, witnessed, and already duplicated in the permanent archive." "And the Horcrux testimony?" "That's also on record." "Under the banking compact, yes. A formal legal record that he knew you were an unintentional Horcrux since your 5th year and withheld that information." A slight pause from Ragnarok that carried more weight than most people's speeches. "That particular entry will be very significant in certain future legal proceedings, should they occur." Harry nodded. Hermione appeared at his elbow, slightly breathless, notebook already open. "Harry, the Merlin Vault. If Merlin invented the original soul-anchoring magic that Voldemort's Horcrux ritual derives from, and if those texts are in there, I know," Harry said. "Start tonight. I'll get you into the vault first thing tomorrow." Ron caught up on his other side, hands in pockets, expression thoughtful. "So you're a Horcrux?" "Apparently. And you've got a vault full of books by the bloke who invented the original magic?" "That's the current situation, yes." Ron was quiet for a second. "Only you, mate," he said. "Honestly. Only you." "Thank you, Ron, that's very helpful." "I thought so." Harry almost smiled. They came out of the Gringotts conference wing into the main hall, and Harry stopped at the top of the steps to the street, thinking. The morning had done what mornings do when they contain confrontations with powerful people. It had left him with more information than he'd walked in with and a specific kind of clean tiredness, the tiredness of having said what needed saying without breaking something that didn't need to be broken. Dumbledore was contained. Documented. No longer able to manage the narrative, because the narrative now existed on a page in a goblin archive that no wizarding court had jurisdiction over. That was done. The Horcrux, that was the immediate problem. The one that made his stomach tight in a way the political maneuvering didn't, because it was personal in the way politics wasn't. A piece of Voldemort's soul living in his scar for 16 years. He reached up and touched the lightning bolt on his forehead without thinking about it, then dropped his hand. He had the Merlin Vault. He had Hermione's brain. He had the Elder Wand in his jacket and the Resurrection Stone in his pocket and a magical core 4 times the size of what he'd been working with yesterday. "There's one more thing," Harry said. Hermione and Ron looked at him. "The Horcruxes we know about," he said. "The diary was destroyed 2nd year. The ring was one, Dumbledore destroyed it, got his hand cursed doing it." He looked at Hermione. "The locket, the cup, the diadem, they're still out there. And whatever the 7th one is, the one he made last." He looked between them. "We're not waiting for Dumbledore's schedule anymore. We go after them on our own timeline." "That's going to require serious research," Hermione said. The way she said it, with the particular brightness that difficult problems produced in her, made it clear she was already looking forward to it. "It is," Harry agreed. "And the Wisengamot session in 2 days," Ron said. "You're going to walk in and sit in 9 seats simultaneously and announce yourself as Archmagus to a room full of people who haven't seen that title used in 3 centuries. "Also that," Harry said. Ron exhaled. "Right. Normal week then." Harry stepped out into Diagon Alley. The morning was warmer now, midday approaching, the street busy and loud and completely ordinary. He moved through it and people moved around him the way they'd always done, with a mix of curiosity and reverence and a slight widening of the path, the specific distance people kept from someone they recognized. Except now they were also looking at his hand. Word had been moving since yesterday morning. He could feel it in the way eyes snagged on the rings and then came up to his face with something new in them, the recalculated look of people adjusting their understanding of what they were seeing. Not just the boy who lived. Something older. Something that required a different framework. Harry let them look. There was a war to fight and a soul fragment to excise and a political system to fundamentally restructure, and 2 days until he sat in 9 seats in the oldest legislative chamber in Wizarding Britain and told 42% of it that it was no longer Dumbledore's. He walked to the end of the alley, turned into the side street where operating was clean, and felt his magic settle around him, full, clear, entirely his own, like a held breath finally released. The next 2 days were going to be interesting. Chapter 4, Blood and Stone. Peverell Manor announced itself with weather. Harry operated into the coordinates Ragnarok had given him, a stretch of Wiltshire countryside that looked, from the outside, like absolutely nothing. A field. Wheat on one side, a hedgerow on the other, a grey morning sky pressing down on all of it with the specific English insistence that summer was a rumour started by optimists. He stood in the grass and looked at the space in front of him and felt the wards before he saw anything, a pressure against his magical senses, layered and dense and old in a way that was qualitatively different from any ward he'd encountered before. Hogwarts had old wards. These were older. Hogwarts felt like a cathedral. This felt like the bedrock beneath the cathedral. He pressed the Peverell ring forward, the way Ragnarok had described. The air tore. Not dramatically, not with theatrical effect. More like a seam in fabric being found and opened by someone who knew exactly where it was. The space in front of him folded, and through the fold he saw the manor. It was large without being ostentatious, built in a style that predated the Norman architecture that most people called old. The stones were massive and rough-cut, fitted together without mortar in the ancient dry stone method, the walls so thick they looked grown rather than built. 3 stories, a great hall visible through the main doors that stood open as though expecting him, towers at each corner that weren't defensive in the castle sense but ceremonial, topped with carved figures he couldn't make out from here. The grounds around it were wild, not unkempt, but wild in the deliberate way of something that had been left to follow its own nature for 8 centuries and had done so with considerable enthusiasm. Harry walked in. The great hall was cathedral height, flagged with the same rough stone as the exterior, and empty except for the things that had always been there, a long table of dark wood that had warped slightly with centuries of temperature change, tapestries on the walls that were too faded to read clearly, and, at the far end, a fireplace large enough to stand in. The fireplace was cold but not dead. When Harry walked past it, the logs caught, not with a spell he'd cast, but with the automatic recognition of the house acknowledging its lord. He stood in the hall for a moment and let it settle into him. It was strange, this feeling. He'd been to Hogwarts 1,000 times and it had never felt like his. He'd been to the Dursleys' house for 16 years and it had never felt like anything except a place where he was tolerated. Grimmauld Place was getting there, it was becoming his, shedding Sirius's grief like a snake sheds skin, reorganizing itself around new ownership. But this was different. This house recognized him in the bones of it. The stones. The wood. The magic embedded in the walls for 800 years, waiting. There you are, it seemed to say, in the way that buildings speak, through the quality of silence, through the shift of air, through the way the light came through the high windows and landed on the floor near his feet rather than anywhere else. Right, Harry said aloud, just to hear a human voice in it. Right. He spent 2 hours going through the manor alone. He didn't take notes, Hermione was going to want to catalogue everything properly and he'd learned long ago not to interfere with Hermione's cataloguing. He just moved through the rooms and looked and let his magical senses run open, reading what was there. The study on the first floor, which had a desk facing a north window and walls lined with text he could now half read thanks to something the Peverell inheritance had apparently done to his classical magical literacy. The bedroom on the second floor that had been arranged and not used in so long the bedclothes had a quality beyond dusty, preserved, as if the house knew they'd be needed. The laboratory, tucked at the back of the ground floor in a room that smelled of stone and old magic and something mineral he didn't have a word for, its workbenches laid out with instruments similar to what he'd seen in the Merlin vault but younger by several centuries. In the laboratory he found the first thing that stopped him cold. On the central workbench, in a sealed glass case, was a journal. Leather-bound, thick, the leather worked with the same hollow triangle circle-line symbol as the Peverell ring. The seal on the case wasn't a lock, it was a ward, and when Harry's ring touched it the ward dissolved without resistance. He opened the journal. The handwriting inside was cramped and fast, the ink varying in shade as if written over a long period with different batches, and the language was a mix of Middle English and early Latin that the Peverell inheritance allowed him to read with the same slight effort as reading a text in an unfamiliar but comprehensible dialect. The first entry was dated, and here Harry had to read it twice to be sure, 12/17. Ignotus Peverell. His private record. The journal was Ignotus Peverell's. The third brother. The one who'd hidden under death's cloak and lived to old age and passed it to his son. Harry stood at the workbench in the laboratory of the Peverell Manor and held the personal journal of the man who had created the Deathly Hallows, or received them, depending on which version of the story you believed, and was aware, in a way he rarely was, that he was standing at the intersection of myth and reality where both turned out to be the same thing. He carefully closed the journal, sealed the case again, and set it aside to take back to Grimmauld Place. He left the manor through the back, emerging into the wild grounds, and stood for a moment looking at it from outside. The wards had reset behind him, sealed and solid, invisible to anyone who didn't carry the blood. He pressed the ring again and watched the fold close and the field return to being a field. Then he went to Godric's Hollow. The cottage was still a ruin. He'd been here once before, with Hermione, on Christmas, and that visit had been made in grief and snow and a specific kind of dread. He came back to it now in different weather, overcast but not cold, the village quiet in the mid-morning, and felt it differently. The cottage was protected under a preservation charm placed by the ministry in the aftermath of October 31, 1981. Which meant it had been legally a memorial for 16 years, which meant nobody had done anything useful with it, which meant the ruins were exactly as he'd last seen them, the front wall partly collapsed, the upper floor open to the sky where the roof had given way, the garden gone wild. He walked through the garden and stood at the edge of what had been the front room. He could feel where the killing curse had hit. That was new, his expanded magical senses picking up the residue of a catastrophic magical event from 16 years ago, the way old battlefields held the memory of what had happened in them. The air in the ruined front room had a specific quality, a heaviness, like the atmosphere just before lightning. He didn't stand there long. He wasn't here for grief, not today. He was here because Ragnarok had mentioned that the Peverell holdings in Godric's Hollow included more than just the manor, there was a second property, older, adjacent to the ruins. He found it by feel. Around the side of the cottage, behind an overgrown hedge, behind a stone wall that had been invisible until the Peverell ring touched it and the concealment charm dropped, a building older than the cottage, much older, its stones the same rough massive cut as Peverell Manor. Not large. One room, essentially, a library annex, sealed against time by magic so dense that when the door opened it released a breath of air that had been circulating in that room unchanged since the Middle Ages. The smell was extraordinary. Paper and leather and stone and something that had no earthly referent. The shelves inside held roughly 200 texts, each one sealed in protective magic. But that wasn't what Harry's attention went to. In the center of the room, on a pedestal identical to the one in the Peverell vault, was a single object. A mirror. Oval, framed in the same iron-dark metal as the Peverell ring, its surface not silver but deep black, not dark glass, not a black surface, but an actual depth to it, a sense of space behind the mirror face that shouldn't have been possible given the stone wall behind it. Harry stood in front of it. His reflection looked back at him, and then, the reflection moved independently. It smiled, not with the uncertain half-smile that Harry usually saw in mirrors, but with a directness and confidence that he recognized as the specific expression he'd been wearing since yesterday morning. His reflection, in this mirror, looked like what he actually was rather than what he felt like. He stared at it. Then his reflection did something unexpected. It raised its right hand, 5 rings, and pointed. Not at Harry. Downward. At the base of the pedestal. Harry crouched and looked. Cut into the stone base, in runes he could now read, "For the one who stands here and sees clearly." Below the runes was a drawer. Inside the drawer was a small flat case containing a stone disc, inscribed with runes on both faces, and a folded letter. The letter was in Gringotts Peverell's handwriting. He recognized it from the journal. "If you are reading this, you have come into the full inheritance of the Peverell line and stand in my house without concealment. I leave this for you not as instruction but as confirmation. You already know what you are. You have always known, in the way that deep things are known before they are understood. The disc you hold is a ward anchor. It is keyed to your blood and no other. Set it at the heart of whatever place you call home and the old protections of this house will follow you there. You cannot take the manor's wards with you, they belong to the land. But this you can carry. The mirror is yours, as you have seen. It shows the truth of things. Bring it if you choose. We have been waiting for you for a long time. IP." Harry sat back on his heels and looked at the letter for a moment. "We have been waiting for you." He thought about Merlin's vault, with the chair facing the entrance and the books open on the desk. He thought about the journal at Peverell Manor, still unlocked after 800 years. He thought about the audit basin producing gold instead of silver, and Ragnar's face when it happened. He wasn't sure how he felt about being the thing that 1,000 years of dead ancestors had been pointing toward. It was a lot. He filed it under deal with this later and put the ward disc in his pocket alongside the resurrection stone and picked up the mirror. It was lighter than it looked. He met Hermione and Ron at Grimmauld Place at noon, arriving through the front door with the mirror under one arm, the Peverell journal tucked inside his jacket, and the slightly distant expression of someone who had spent a morning processing things that were going to take weeks to fully absorb. Hermione took one look at the mirror and said, "What is that?" "Peverell artifact. It shows truth." He set it against the wall. Gringotts made it. She approached it with the careful reverence of someone handling something simultaneously priceless and potentially dangerous, peered into the dark surface, and whatever she saw there made her go very still for a moment before she stepped back. "Oh," she said quietly. Harry didn't ask. It wasn't his business. Ron looked into it for about 3 seconds, made a face, and went back to the kitchen. "Soup's ready," he called. "Whatever that thing shows you, you'll feel better about it after lunch." Harry almost laughed. He sat at the kitchen table and ate, and while he ate he told them about the manor and the library annex and the journal, and laid the ward disc on the table. Hermione read the letter from Gringotts, reading it twice the way she always did. Then she set it down very carefully. "He built a contingency," she said, with the precise excitement of someone who had found evidence for a theory they'd held for a long time. Gringotts knew the line would continue. He built forward. The wards, the journal, this disc, all of it was constructed with the assumption that the inheritance would eventually be claimed in full. She looked at Harry. "He trusted the magic to find you." "And the mirror," Harry said. "The mirror," Hermione agreed, glancing toward the hallway where it stood. "I want to study it. Carefully. After the Wisengamot session." "It's yours to study," Harry said. "I want you to look at the journal too. My reading of the old forms is functional but not precise. I'll start tonight." Ron passed Harry a bowl of soup. "Did you go to the cottage?" "Yeah." "Was it?" "It was fine," Harry said. "It was what it was." He looked at the soup. "I didn't feel sad in the way I expected. I mostly just felt ready to fix things." Ron nodded like that made complete sense. Harry ate for a while in silence, then, "I need to go to the Slytherin seat this afternoon. Ragnar gave me the location, Scotland, near Loch Ness, because of course it is." He paused. And then the Merlin Vault this evening. I want you to come for the Merlin Vault. Hermione looked up from the letter. Yes, she said, with the specific precision of someone who would have said yes to that before the sentence was finished. Ron. Ron shrugged. Someone should come along to make sure you don't accidentally awaken some ancient magical entity or whatever else is obviously about to happen. Harry appreciated that about Ron. The levity was intentional and it was generous and it made the weight of the rest of it bearable. He finished his soup and went to Scotland. The Slytherin ancestral seat was underwater. Or rather, it appeared to be underwater. The entrance was a standing stone at the edge of Loch Ness that, when Harry spoke to it in Parseltongue, revealed a stairway descending into the rock, clearly above the waterline despite all appearances to the contrary. He went down. The architecture was completely different from Peverell Manor. Where Peverell was rough and massive and ancient in an organic way, this was precise, cold stone fitted with mathematical accuracy, every angle deliberate, the walls carved with serpentine patterns that weren't decorative but functional, channels for magical energy that he could feel humming faintly under his fingers when he touched them. It felt like a mind. Like walking through the inside of a very organized, very old intelligence. The main chamber was underground, lit by a permanent magical light source he couldn't identify, not torches, not lanterns, a cold green luminescence from the stone itself. In the center of the chamber was a throne that Harry immediately decided was not going to become a habit, and on either side of it, a door. The left door held the Parseltongue library. The right door held something more interesting. It was an armory. Not weapons, nothing so crude. An armory of knowledge. Floor to ceiling on every wall, sealed cases containing objects that Harry's expanded magical senses read as having specific tactical applications, ward-breaking tools, detection instruments, magical countermeasures against virtually every significant offensive spell in the known canon, several objects whose purpose he couldn't immediately identify but which felt, under his senses, like keys designed for locks he hadn't found yet. He stood in the center of it and thought about Voldemort. Voldemort had believed himself the heir of Slytherin. Had built an entire mythology around it, the heir of the great Salazar, purging the wizarding world of the unworthy, carrying on the ancient pureblood tradition. His followers had organized themselves around this mythology for 40 years. It was the spine of his movement. Harry walked to one of the sealed cases, pressed the Slytherin ring against it, and watched it open. Inside was a set of correspondence, sealed for 7 centuries, the wax unbroken until this moment. He broke the seal and read. The first letter was from Salazar Slytherin himself. To future lords of this house, and Harry noted the plural, the assumption that multiple lords would pass through, Slytherin had written a document that was less sentimental than Ignotus Peverell's letter and considerably more tactical. A formal transfer of intelligence. Known enemies of the house. Political strategies that had worked and those that hadn't. The Chamber of Secrets, Slytherin addressed it directly, with the specific tone of a man who knew his own obsessions had occasionally run away with his common sense, was described as a mistake, a construction built in the grip of a fear that Slytherin clearly didn't want to have but couldn't entirely overcome. I built the chamber in the basement of the school in a year when my fear of the future was stronger than my faith in my own people, Slytherin wrote, in the blunt self-aware way of someone writing for an audience they hoped would be wiser than themselves. It was intended as a deterrent and became a trap. Seal it if you can. If not, control access to it carefully. The basilisk will serve you faithfully if you treat it with intelligence, but do not send children after it. I regret that instruction and would unsay it if I could. Harry thought about Ginny in the chamber. About 12-year-old himself going down there with a sword and not much else. He set the letter down very carefully. He spent an hour in the armory, identifying and cataloging what he could, and then went back to the main chamber and stood at the throne again. He didn't sit in it, he stood in front of it and looked at it and thought about what this house was and what it had been twisted into. Slytherin had been ambitious, yes. He'd been politically ruthless and personally driven and had held views about Muggle-born wizards that Harry found repugnant. But he'd also, clearly, been intelligent enough to know that his own darkness was a weakness rather than a strength, had thought carefully about the future, had built something meant to outlast him in a form that could be used by whoever came next. Voldemort had taken a complicated man and simplified him into a symbol for his own purposes. Harry touched the Slytherin ring on his right hand. That symbol was his now. He was going to make it mean something different. The Merlin vault the second time was different because Hermione was there. She stopped in the corridor entrance and made a sound Harry had never heard from her before, a small, involuntary, completely overwhelmed sound that she immediately suppressed, pressing her lips together, her eyes moving over the carved walls with an intensity that was close to physical. "Hermione," Harry said. "I'm fine," she said, in the tone of someone who was experiencing something so far beyond fine that fine had become a technically accurate but woefully inadequate descriptor. "Take your time," Harry said. She took precisely 12 seconds before she was at the first panel of carvings, notebook out, quill moving faster than Harry had ever seen her write. Ron stood beside Harry and they watched her, and Ron said, very quietly, "We're going to be here a while." "That's all right," Harry said. He led Ron into the vault itself. Ron, who had never been here, who stopped at the entrance and looked at the room with the expression of someone recalibrating their entire frame of reference, and then said, "Blimey." "Yeah," Harry agreed. Harry went to Merlin's desk. The books were still open as they'd been on the first visit, and this time he sat in the chair, the simple, worn, ordinary chair of a man who had spent a great deal of time working, and opened the first book. The language was early Welsh mixed with Latin mixed with what he now recognized as an older form of Parseltongue, used as a technical notation rather than a spoken language. The Peverell and Merlin inheritances gave him access to it, imperfect but functional, enough to understand the broad architecture of what he was reading. It was a theoretical framework for soul magic. Not Horcrux magic specifically, that was a late application, something built on a foundation that had different intentions entirely. The foundation was a study of the relationship between magical consciousness and physical form, how a wizard's magical identity persisted, what connected it to the body, what the body provided that pure magical energy couldn't sustain on its own. Harry read for 40 minutes straight. When he looked up, Ron was sitting cross-legged on the vault floor 3 feet away, reading a sealed text he'd apparently opened with the proximity of Harry's ring, looking both fascinated and slightly alarmed. "What are you reading?" Harry asked. "Something about how to unmake a Horcrux without destroying the container," Ron said. "At least I think that's what it is. The language is," he made a gesture suggesting complex. "Some of it's in English though. Old English. I can get bits." Harry was on his feet and across the vault in about 4 seconds. He looked over Ron's shoulder. The text Ron had found was a study, theoretical, densely argued, but clear in its central claim. The process by which a soul fragment becomes embedded in a living host was, the text argued, fundamentally different from the embedding in an inanimate object, because a living host's own magical consciousness could, under the right conditions, reject the foreign fragment without destroying itself. It was analogous to how the body's immune system worked. The system needed to be strong enough, coherent enough, to identify the foreign element and expel it. In an ordinary wizard, Merlin argued, the embedded fragment would be too entangled, too integrated into the developing magical consciousness, to be safely separated. But in a lord of full inheritance, the text continued, whose blood recognizes the full scope of their own magical identity, the foreign element becomes identifiable as precisely that, foreign. The lord's fully claimed magical consciousness becomes, in effect, the countermeasure. Harry read it 3 times. Then he sat on the floor next to Ron and read it twice more. "Is that what I think it is?" Ron said quietly. "He wrote the answer," Harry said. "Before Voldemort existed, before Horcruxes were even a concept, Merlin wrote the theoretical framework for how to remove one from a living host without the host dying." He looked at the open book. "The condition is that the host's magical inheritance has to be fully claimed. The magic has to be complete." "Which you just did," Ron said. "Which I just did," Harry agreed. He sat on the floor of Merlin's vault and breathed. Dumbledore had believed Harry had to die. Had spent years preparing for it, preparing Harry for it, in the specific Dumbledore way of drip-feeding necessary information while managing the emotional exposure, keeping Harry functional and brave and not quite informed enough to find a better solution. The entire endgame of Dumbledore's plan depended on Harry's death being necessary. It wasn't necessary. Merlin, writing in the 9th century in a vault he'd sealed until the right person arrived, had already worked out that it wasn't necessary. Harry felt something that was too large to be simple relief and too specific to be just happiness, a kind of fundamental reconfiguration, the floor of his understanding becoming solid where he'd thought it was water. He wasn't going to have to die. Hermione appeared in the vault entrance, notebook pressed to her chest, looking at both of them on the floor with quill-stained fingers and bright eyes. Harry. The carvings in the corridor, there are 27 distinct magical theorems encoded in the wall art, all of them predating anything in the known canon by at least 3 centuries. I've just done a preliminary identification and I'm fairly certain that at least 4 of them directly address limitations in modern magical theory that have been considered fundamental constraints since. She stopped. Looked at their faces. What did you find? Harry held up the book. She crossed the vault in quick steps and read over his shoulder. The sound she made was different from the overwhelmed sound in the corridor. This one was sharper. Harder. The sound of a very good mind hitting something that changed all of its models at once. He solved it, she said. He solved it, Harry confirmed. Hermione sat on Harry's other side, the 3 of them on the floor of Merlin's vault, the open books around them, the phosphorescent light steady and blue-white on the ancient stone walls. She put her notebook on her knee and opened to a fresh page and started writing. For a while the only sound was her quill and the distant, faint hum of magic in the walls. Then Ron said, "So we just have to get the Horcrux out of your head without you dying." "That's the current plan, yes," Harry said. "And there's a book about how to do it." "Apparently." Ron thought about this. "Can I just say," he said, "that having a library written by Merlin is an extremely unfair advantage that I am 100% in favor of." Harry laughed. Actually laughed, the first real, unguarded laugh of the day, of 2 days that had been full of things that were enormous and true and world-altering and not very funny. It came out of him with the specific release of someone who had been carrying weight and needed, briefly, to set it down. "Ragnar's going to want to know about this text," Hermione said, not stopping writing. "Ragnar will have a full report," Harry said. "But the application is mine to manage." "Obviously," she said. "Though I'll need at least a week to fully translate the methodology chapter, and the preparatory requirements are going to be," she turned a page, reading fast, "significant. There are ward conditions that need to be met. The environment has to be correct. And you'll need," she stopped, reading. "What?" Harry said. "The resurrection stone," she said. She looked up at him. "The ritual requires the stone to be present. Something about the boundary conditions, the stone creates the right magical environment by its nature, something to do with the relationship between the living and the dead, the way Merlin frames it is that death has to be present but not invited." She looked back at the book. "It needs to know you're not crossing over. The stone is the proof of that." Harry put his hand in his pocket and felt the stone there, cold and quiet. He thought about the way this had assembled itself over 2 days, the audit, the titles, the vault, the journal, the ward disc, the Slytherin armory, and now this. All of it building toward a solution that hadn't looked like a solution from any single angle but from the right height revealed itself as a road. A road that had been laid out, with patience and intention, centuries before he was born. He was starting to understand what Ignotus had meant. "We have been waiting for you." Not with urgency. Not with pressure. With the patient, certain confidence of people who'd built something solid and trusted that the right person would eventually walk through the door and pick it up. He looked around the vault, the desk, the books, the tools, the ancient light, and felt, for the first time in his life, something that was not hope because hope was about things that might happen. This was certainty. He knew what he was. He knew what he had. He knew what needed to be done and he had the means to do it, and for the first time in his conscious life the answer to the question of his own survival was yes, clearly rather than a desperate improvisation against terrible odds. He stood up from the floor and dusted off his jeans and looked at Hermione and Ron. "Copy as much as you can tonight," he told Hermione. "I want a working translation of the Horcrux removal section by tomorrow morning." "I'll need coffee," she said, already turning back to the book. "I'll make coffee," Ron said, getting to his feet. "I'll also make something to eat, because she won't remember to, and I'll set up the study at Grimmauld Place so she has table space." He paused. "And Harry, the Wisengamot session is tomorrow." "I know," Harry said. 9 seats. 9 seats. 5 rings. 5 rings. Ron looked at him for a moment with that particular Ron expression, the one that had layers of loyalty and humor and genuine fierceness underneath the casual surface. "They're not ready for you," he said. Harry picked up the book with the Horcrux removal methodology and tucked it under his arm. "No," he said. "They really aren't." He pressed the Peverell ring to the vault entrance, feeling the house wards of Grimmauld Place already beginning to respond to the disc in his pocket, the old Peverell protections reaching forward through the blood connection to claim a new home. The ward disc pulsed once, warm and certain, against his leg. He walked out of the vault, down the ancient corridor, past the carved theorems on the walls, into the cart that would take them back up to the world above. Hermione followed with her notebook full of new discoveries and Ron followed with the steady practical warmth that was his specific and irreplaceable form of competence. Tomorrow he would walk into the Wisengamot and 9 seats would become his. Tonight there was Merlin's research and coffee and the specific deep satisfaction of having spent a day learning exactly what he was. It was enough. More than enough. Chapter 5, The Wisengamot Rises. The Wisengamot chamber was built underground. Harry had known this intellectually, had read about it in Hermione's copy of Magical Law and the Governance of Britain during his 5th year, when Dumbledore had swept in and saved him from Fudge's kangaroo court, but knowing it and experiencing it were different things. The lift descended from the Ministry's lower levels into something that predated the Ministry building above it by several centuries, the architecture changing as it went down, the steel and glass and bureaucratic modernity giving way to stone, then to older stone, then to the same rough-cut massive blocks he'd seen at Peverell Manor. The chamber itself was circular and tiered, seats carved from the stone rising in concentric rings around a central floor, a design that was part amphitheater and part courtroom and part something older than either. Normally it held 150 seats in the upper tiers, with a central floor for proceedings and a raised dais at the far end for the chief warlock. Harry stood at the chamber entrance at 5 minutes to 10 and looked at it filling up. He'd arrived deliberately early. Not to see the room, he'd studied Ragnarok's floor plan the night before until he had it mapped, but to be seen arriving. There was a difference between walking into a room that was already settled and walking into a room that was still forming, still organizing itself, and having people see you arrive and have to recalibrate in real time. He understood this instinctively, the way he understood the Quidditch pitch at the start of a match. First impressions were tactical. The reaction when he walked in was immediate and visible. A ripple through the filling chamber, the turn of heads, the nudged elbows, the murmured conversations pausing and restarting with new material. He was wearing his best robes, black, clean-lined, nothing theatrical, the 5 rings bright on his right hand and making no attempt to be unobtrusive. He walked to the central floor, nodded to the Wisengamot clerk, a small man with startled eyes who looked at Harry's rings and seemed to momentarily forget how to hold a quill, and said, calmly, "I'll need the 9-seat placards placed correctly. Lord Potter-Black-Peverell in the 2nd ring, Lord Slytherin adjacent, Lord Merlin on the dais." The clerk blinked. "On the dais is reserved for the Archmagus," Harry said. "Yes. That's me. The protocols are in the Charter Amendment of 1298, Section 4, Paragraph 2. Director Ragnarok sent the relevant documentation to your office yesterday afternoon." The clerk looked at his desk with the expression of a man who had received a great deal of documentation yesterday afternoon and was now faced with its consequences. Yes, he said faintly. Yes, I have it here. Good, Harry said. Thank you. He found his seats. The Potter and Black placards were already in the second ring, placed by whatever institutional momentum had organized things before his arrival. The Peverell, Slytherin, and Merlin placards arrived while he watched, brought by two junior clerks who moved with the careful speed of people trying to look calm. The Merlin placard was the only one that gave them visible pause. They placed it on the dais with the delicate uncertainty of people doing something that felt historically significant and weren't sure of the correct expression to wear. Harry didn't sit yet. He stood on the central floor and waited. They came in ones and twos, the lords and ladies of Wizarding Britain's oldest families, the ministry representatives who held hereditary seats, the appointed members who served at the Wisengamot's pleasure. Harry knew most of them by reputation and Ragnarok had briefed him on the ones he didn't. He watched them come in and noted the reactions. Augusta Longbottom swept in wearing her usual formidable hat and took her seat without looking at anyone, which from a woman of her stature and experience was its own kind of statement. She knew what was happening today. She'd sent Harry a brief note through Neville, about time. Don't waste the opportunity. And he'd taken it in the spirit it was offered. Lord Greengrass arrived with his daughter Daphne, who wasn't a Wisengamot member but was apparently here as an observer, which the rules permitted for immediate family members. She looked at Harry with the evaluating directness of someone raised to assess political situations quickly, catalogued his rings, and then looked away with a neutral expression that somehow managed to convey both interest and strategic patience. Lucius Malfoy arrived and stopped. He stood at the chamber entrance in his pale immaculate robes, silver-topped cane in hand, and looked at Harry on the central floor and at the Merlin placard on the dais, and something moved across his face that Harry found genuinely interesting. Not fear exactly, Lucius Malfoy was too disciplined for visible fear. But a rapid, visible recalculation. The specific expression of a man watching a game he thought he understood suddenly reveal additional dimensions. He found his seat without speaking. Cornelius Fudge arrived with the distracted, blinking look of a man who had been making frantic ministry inquiries since yesterday and had received answers that satisfied none of his questions. He looked at Harry, at the dais, at his own notes, and at Harry again. Then Dumbledore arrived. The chamber had been filling steadily for 20 minutes. When Dumbledore walked in, it went quiet the way a concert hall goes quiet when the conductor takes the podium, not silence exactly, but attention, the collective orientation of a room full of people toward a single point. He was in deep blue robes, his order of Merlin metal catching the chamber light, and he walked to the chief warlock's chair on the dais with the measured unhurried step of a man who had been doing this for decades and saw no reason to alter his approach. Then he reached the dais and saw the Merlin placard. To his credit, he didn't stop. Didn't flinch. He looked at the placard, then at Harry on the central floor below, and something passed between them, a brief, direct, comprehensive exchange of understanding that needed no words. Then Dumbledore sat in the seat to the left of the Archmagus position, which was the position of the chief warlock, and folded his hands, and waited. Harry gave it 30 seconds. Let the chamber settle, let the full attendance register his presence on the floor rather than the seats, let the whispers run their course. Then he walked to the dais and sat in Merlin's seat. The chamber didn't go quiet. It went still, which was different, the cessation of small movements rather than sound, the collective physical freeze of a room confronted with something it hasn't processed yet. He picked up the gavel from the Archmagus position, it had been placed there by the clerk, simple, old, the wood worn smooth, and set it down once. Not hard. Just clearly. The Wisengamot is called to session, Harry said. His voice carried in the chamber's acoustics with no particular effort. By right of the Archmagus seat, currently held by the Lord of House Merlin, I am calling this session under the emergency provisions of the 1298 Charter Amendment. Director Ragnarok of Gringotts is present as the legal witness and compact representative. He looked at the room. 147 members in their seats. 3 seats, his own Peverell and Slytherin and a historically dormant Merlin seat that hadn't been occupied since 1692, now formally occupied by him. The other 6 seats he held through Potter and Black were physically occupied by the 2 existing placards, his proxies removed from Dumbledore's control and returned to their source. The room looked back at him with a collective expression that contained shock and fascination and, in several quarters, something that was starting to look like anticipation. "Let's talk about how this chamber has been operating," Harry said. He'd planned the session carefully, not scripted, because scripted things sounded scripted, and he'd learned from watching Dumbledore for 6 years that the most effective public speech sounded like considered improvisation. But structured. He knew what needed to be said, in what order, and why. He started with the legal facts. The Gringotts audit findings, the title suppressions, the vote redirection. He presented it with the same flat precision Ragnarok had used with him 2 days ago, without dramatic emphasis, because the facts were dramatic enough without decoration. As he spoke, he watched the room absorb it, watched the reactions differentiate, the old families who'd suspected something was structurally off for years and were now hearing confirmation, the ministry seats who were doing rapid political math in real time, the Dumbledore loyalists whose faces ran through denial and anger and the beginning of something more uncertain. He produced the formal Gringotts documentation. Copies had been prepared by Ragnarok's office and were distributed by goblin attendants who moved through the tiers with the efficiency of people who had prepared for exactly this moment. 9 seats, Harry said, have been cast for 42 years by a single individual who held no right to them. Every vote on every piece of legislation affected by those seats during that period is under formal legal review. He paused, let that land. I am not here to retroactively overturn 42 years of Wizengamot decisions. That would be chaos, and chaos serves no one except Voldemort. Several people flinched at the name. Harry noted it and kept going. I am here to correct the record and to occupy my own seats. Which I am now doing. The first voice that rose was Lucius Malfoy's. It rose smoothly, controlled, the professional intonation of a man who had been making speeches in this chamber for 20 years. The seat of Lord Merlin, Malfoy said, has not been occupied in 334 years. There is a process for reactivating a dormant seat, a process that requires a blood claim confirmed by Gringotts, a formal audit, and a charter notation under Section 12 of the 1298 Amendment, Harry said. He didn't raise his voice. All 3 of which are in the documentation you're currently holding. Page 7, if you'd like to check. Malfoy checked. Harry watched him check. He watched Malfoy find page 7, read it, and arrive at the specific expression of a man encountering a door he'd assumed was locked, discovering it had been properly unlocked. Thank you, Harry said. From across the chamber, the independent bloc, the families who didn't align with either Dumbledore or Voldemort's remnants but held considerable combined weight, Lord Davis said, the documentation appears to be in order. He was an older man, precise and unhurried, who had been one of Ragnarok's suggested allies. I move that the Wizengamot formally acknowledge the Gringotts audit findings and the associated title transfers. Seconded, Augusta Longbottom said immediately, in a voice that left no room for debate about whether it was going to be seconded. Harry called the vote. The tally was not even close. 81 in favor, 41 against, and the 12 against who usually voted with Dumbledore's bloc looking suddenly uncertain about which way their allegiance ran in a room where the power structure had just rearranged itself around a new center of gravity. Motion carries, Harry said, and set the gavel down once. The Gringotts audit findings are formally acknowledged. The seat transfers are recorded. He looked at the clerk below. Get that into the official record, please. Yes, my lord, the clerk said, and there was something in the title, the automatic, formal, entirely appropriate my lord, that ran through the chamber like a small current. Some people had been saying it internally since he sat down. Hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a different way. Dumbledore had not spoken yet. Harry was aware of him in the peripheral way of being aware of weather, the specific presence of a mind that was processing, calculating, deciding. Dumbledore was not a man who spoke without knowing what he wanted to achieve by speaking. He was waiting for the right moment. Harry moved on. The second order of business is the classification of houses Peverell, Slytherin, and Merlin under the current definitions of ancient and noble houses, Harry said. All three predate the Hogwarts founding, which is the current criterion for ancient classification. All three carry multiple Wisengamot seats, which is the criterion for noble. I am requesting formal reclassification to ancient and most noble, said Lord Greengrass, from the independent block, in the tone of someone who had been waiting for the obvious formality to be stated. Ancient and most noble, Harry confirmed. Motion. Greengrass moved it. 4 others seconded simultaneously. The vote was faster than the last one, 93 in favor, the opposition too fractured to organize itself quickly enough. Even several of Dumbledore's bloc voted in favor, because voting against a straightforward historical reclassification with documented lineage going back to Merlin himself was the kind of position that looked absurd on the public record. The chamber was warming to its work now in the way that deliberative bodies do when the early procedural battles establish a clear dominant voice, not warmth exactly, not enthusiasm, but the settling into a rhythm that acknowledged who was driving. Dumbledore stood. The room's attention shifted to him, the old gravitational pull of decades, even Harry felt it, the reflex of 12 years of being Dumbledore's student, the deeply embedded tendency to turn toward him when he spoke. I would like to address the chamber, Dumbledore said. You have the floor, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a moment with those blue eyes, and Harry held the gaze without expression, and then Dumbledore turned to address the room. His speech was exactly what Harry had told Hermione and Ron it would be. Measured, honest in its selective way, framed around duty and greater good and the specific necessities of war. He acknowledged the title suppressions, not as theft, never using that word, using instead protective dormancy, strategic concealment, necessary measures taken in extraordinary circumstances. He referenced Voldemort's interest in the Merlin and Peverell lineages. He referenced his own 40 years of work building the political coalition that had held the Ministry's direction through 3 successive Death Eater infiltration attempts. He was convincing. Harry watched people respond to it, the waverers in the center tiers, the older members who had 30 years of Dumbledore's track record to measure against this morning's revelations. The speech was doing what it was designed to do, introducing doubt, rehumanizing Dumbledore after the documents had made him look simply criminal. Harry let him finish. The chamber waited. That was a very good speech, Harry said, and the room's attention swung back to the dais with the speed of a weather vane. And most of what you said is true. The suppressions were, in part, protective. The political coalition has, in part, done necessary work. He paused. None of that makes them yours. None of it makes what was done to me, for 16 years, without my knowledge or consent, the right choice. He looked at the room rather than at Dumbledore now, speaking to the tiers. There is a version of this story in which everything Dumbledore did was genuinely for the greater good. And there is simultaneously a version in which a 17-year-old wizard sat in a Gringotts audit chamber 2 days ago and discovered he had been operating at 30% of his natural magical capacity his entire life, that 4 of his 5 inherited titles had been actively suppressed since before he could walk, that 9 of his Wisengamot votes had been cast by someone else for decades. He paused. Both versions are true. And the second one cannot be made acceptable by the first. Silence. Augusta Longbottom said, from her seat with the carrying voice of a woman who had been making herself heard in this chamber for 40 years, well said. Dumbledore sat. It was a small thing, the physical act of sitting down, perfectly ordinary. But the chamber read it the way chambers read these small acts, as a kind of acknowledgement. The chief warlock sitting down while the Archmagus continued to stand was its own form of answer. The session moved on. Harry brought 3 additional motions to the floor in the next 90 minutes, working from the list he and Hermione had assembled the night before. The first was a formal inquiry into ministry appointments made during the period when the 9 stolen votes had contributed to Wisengamot confirmation hearings, not a retroactive removal, but a review, a transparency measure that put every appointment on record and available for challenge. The second was the formal establishment of the Archmagus as a distinct position with its own procedural standing, separate from the chief warlock role, requiring a full charter amendment that would be drafted and voted on at the next session. The third was a motion that he was fairly sure was going to be contentious. He called it the Blood Neutrality Act. Under the current structure of British wizarding law, Harry said, significant legal differentiation exists between those of magical lineage and those who are the first in their families to demonstrate magical ability. This differentiation is, in several specific and documented instances, the legal underpinning for discrimination that serves no magical purpose and considerable social harm. He held up a hand before the noise from the right side of the tiers could build. I am not bringing this to a vote today. I am formally introducing it for a future session, which gives every seat in this chamber time to review the supporting documentation before we debate it. He looked at the room steadily. I would ask you to note, for the record, that the House of Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and historically associated with the opposite position, supports this motion. The chamber sat with that for a moment. Lucius Malfoy had gone slightly pale. Several of the independent bloc were looking at Harry with expressions that had shifted past assessment into something closer to active interest. Lord Davis said, "The motion is formally introduced and noted for future session." "Thank you," Harry said. He gavelled the blood neutrality introduction into the record and moved smoothly to the session's final business, a vote on the formal recognition of the Gringotts Banking Compact's findings as legally binding in British wizarding law, a motion that was housekeeping on paper and a nail in a coffin in practice, because formal recognition meant Dumbledore's documented confession was legally admissible in any future proceeding without further challenge. Ragnarok, seated in the designated compact representative position below the dais, looked up at Harry with those old bronze eyes and nodded, precisely once. The vote passed 78 to 53. It was closer than the others, the opposition pulling itself together around this one because the implications were the clearest. But 78 was enough. It always had been. Harry stood. "This session is in recess," he said. "The next full session will be in 2 weeks, at which time the Archmagus Charter Amendment will be presented for debate." He set the gavel down for the last time that morning. "Thank you all." The corridor outside the chamber afterward was a different kind of arena. He emerged from the lift into the ministry corridor above and people were waiting, not a mob, nothing so crude. The kind of waiting that happened in political buildings, the strategic placement of individuals in areas they knew he'd have to pass through. He moved through it deliberately, not fast, reading the approaches. Lord Greengrass intercepted him first. He was a careful man in his 50s who had the reputation of having never once cast a vote based on anything except what was best for House Greengrass, and he looked at Harry with the expression of someone making a considered investment decision. "An impressive session, Lord Merlin." "Thank you," Harry said, using the formal title address, which Greengrass visibly appreciated. "My family has been observing this situation with some interest," Greengrass said. The Blood Neutrality Act was an unexpected move. "Was it?" Harry said. A slight pause. "Perhaps not unexpected," Greengrass conceded. "We would be interested in reviewing the supporting documentation when it becomes available." "You'll have it," Harry said. Greengrass gave a slight bow, formal, genuine, and stepped aside. 2 more brief exchanges followed, Lord Abbot, whose daughter Hannah Harry knew from Hogwarts, expressing formal congratulations with the weight of someone announcing a political alliance, and Lady Bones, Susan's aunt, who gripped his hand and said, with the controlled emotion of someone who had spent 20 years in the legal system watching it be slowly corrupted, "About bloody time, Lord Potter." Harry liked her immediately. He was nearly to the atrium when Fudge appeared at his elbow, slightly breathless, with the expression of a cornered animal that had recently re-evaluated which direction the danger was coming from. "Lord Potter," Fudge said. "I wonder if I might have a moment." "No," Harry said pleasantly. "But you can owl my office and Ragnarok's office simultaneously and I'll consider meeting you within the week." He kept walking. "Good morning, Minister." He left Fudge standing in the corridor looking like he'd been told something he'd need several hours to process. In the atrium, near the Floo network, Malfoy was waiting. Not with the hostility of school, not the performative contempt that Harry had been on the receiving end of since first year. Something different. Malfoy was standing with his cane and his pale composure and an expression that was doing something Harry recognized as the specific difficult work of a proud man renegotiating his position with reality. They looked at each other. "Lord Malfoy," Harry said. "Lord Potter-Black-Peverell-Merlin-Slytherin," Malfoy said, and there was a slight pause before the full title that acknowledged everything the full title implied. "You ran that session well." Harry said nothing. "Waiting. The Blood Neutrality Act," Malfoy said. "Formally introduced from the Slytherin seat." He seemed to be chewing on something. "You understand what you're doing there?" "I do," Harry said. "You're taking away the primary legal framework that families like mine have used to discriminate," Harry said. "Yes." Malfoy's jaw was tight. "I was going to say differentiate." "I know what you were going to say," Harry said. "Not unkindly. And I know you know the distinction between the two words in this context is smaller than it used to be." He held Malfoy's gaze. "Your son is at Hogwarts. He has, from what I understand, made some choices recently that suggest he's not entirely his father's son." Something moved across Malfoy's face that he didn't quite manage to conceal. "That's my family's business." "Yes," Harry said. "It is. I'm not interested in your family's internal business, Lord Malfoy. I'm interested in what you're going to do in that chamber when the Blood Neutrality Act comes to a vote." He paused. "I think you know which way the wind is turning. I think you've known for some time." Malfoy looked at him for a long moment. The atrium was busy around them, people coming and going through the fireplaces, the usual Ministry morning foot traffic, and no one was pretending not to watch this conversation happening in the middle of it. "This conversation didn't take place," Malfoy said. "Of course not," Harry said. Malfoy stepped aside with the measured deliberateness of a man who had made a decision and was going to take his time acknowledging it. Harry walked through the atrium and into the flue. He stepped out at Grimmauld Place into Hermione's carefully managed chaos, books everywhere, notes on every flat surface, the smell of coffee that had been brewing since early morning, Ron eating toast at the kitchen table with the satisfied look of someone who had maintained the domestic infrastructure while everyone else was being historically significant. "How did it go?" Ron asked. 9 seats, Harry said. Blood Neutrality Act introduced. Ragnarok's documentation formally recognized. And Malfoy might be considering which side of history to land on. Hermione appeared from the study doorway, quill in her hair, eyes slightly wild with the specific look of someone who had been reading Merlin's research for 12 hours. "I finished the preliminary translation," she said. "The Horcrux removal methodology. Harry, it's extraordinary, but it's doable. The conditions are specific and we need to prepare carefully, but it's doable." Harry sat down at the kitchen table. Ron pushed the toast toward him. He ate a piece of toast and looked at the opposite wall, the one he'd put the ward disc into the night before, watching the old Peverell protection settle into Grimmauld Place's foundations with a quiet, certain permanence that felt like finally getting a lock properly fitted on a door that had always been slightly wrong. "How much time do we need?" Harry asked. "For the ritual preparation?" "A week minimum," Hermione said. "But there's another problem we need to deal with first." She moved to the table and picked up one of her notebooks. "The remaining Horcruxes. Merlin's research on Horcrux removal is specifically about removing a fragment from a living host, it doesn't address the others. Those still need to be found and destroyed before the main ritual. Because if Voldemort still has active anchors," Harry said. "He'll just make more soul fragments to replace the one we remove from you," Hermione said. "Possibly including trying to create a new one using you." Harry thought about the Slytherin armory. The detection instruments. The specific tools he hadn't fully catalogued yet. "The locket, the cup, the diadem," he said. "And a 7th we don't know yet." "Nagini," Hermione said, and at Harry's look, "I've been reading." "The snake. I think it's the snake." Harry thought about Nagini, Voldemort's familiar, the constant companion, the snake he'd seen kill Arthur Weasley's father in a dream. He thought about the Parseltongue library in the Slytherin seat, the detailed texts on snake magic that he'd left sealed for later. Later had arrived. "Right," Harry said. He looked at Ron. "Are you going to eat all of that toast?" "I'll make more," Ron said. "Good. We need to plan a hunt." Harry pulled Hermione's notebook toward him and found a blank page. "Tell me everything you've worked out about the locket." Outside, the London afternoon was grey and busy and entirely ordinary, with absolutely no idea what was being planned in the kitchen of a house that didn't appear on any map. Harry picked up a quill and started writing. Chapter 6, Old Alliances. Narcissa Malfoy came to Grimmauld Place on a Tuesday. She didn't knock. She operated directly to the front step, which should have been impossible given the wards, except that the Peverell protections Harry had embedded in the house 3 days ago operated on a different principle than conventional wards. They didn't block. They evaluated. And apparently whatever Narcissa Malfoy carried in her blood and intention had passed the evaluation, because the wards let her through like a door recognizing a known face. Harry was in the study working through the Slytherin Armory catalogue when Creature appeared at his elbow. The old house elf had undergone a quiet transformation since Harry had formally claimed the black title. He moved differently, stood straighter, performed his duties with a dignity that had replaced the previous self-flagellating misery. He still muttered. But the muttering now had a different quality, the kind that suggested opinionated commentary rather than self-hatred. "There is a black woman at the door," Creature said. Harry set down his quill. "What kind of black woman?" Creature considered. "The cold kind." "That's almost all of them, Creature." "The one who smells like expensive potions and bad decisions, Master Harry." Harry stood. "That'll be Narcissa Malfoy. Let her in. Put her in the front sitting room and don't let her touch anything." Creature departed with the expression of someone given a task he considered beneath his dignity but would perform to an unnecessarily high standard out of principle. Harry took 30 seconds to close the Armory catalogue and lock it, check that the desk surface showed nothing he didn't want seen, and walked downstairs at a pace that communicated neither hurry nor reluctance. Narcissa Malfoy in the sitting room of Grimmauld Place was an interesting juxtaposition. She was immaculate, pale robes that cost more than most wizards earned in a month, blonde hair precisely arranged, the kind of posture that came from being trained in it so young it had become bone rather than habit. She was standing rather than sitting, which Harry noted. Standing meant she hadn't decided yet whether she was staying. She looked at him when he came in, and her gaze did what Lucius's had done in the atrium yesterday, the rapid assessment, the recalibration, the adjustment to something larger than expected. But Narcissa's version was faster and less visible than her husband's. She'd had more practice hiding her thoughts. "Lord Potter-Black," she said. "Mrs. Malfoy," Harry said. He sat down without being asked, his house, his chair, and gestured to the one opposite. "Sit down." She sat. It wasn't capitulation, it was the decision she'd made before she arrived being executed on schedule. "Your husband and I had a brief conversation yesterday," Harry said. "I know," Narcissa said. "He told me." A slight pause. "He tells me everything eventually, which is more than most men of his social circle manage." She said it neutrally, not as self-congratulation. "A fact. What did you want to discuss?" She looked at him with grey eyes that were sharper and more complex than her husband's. Lucius Malfoy was a politician who had learned to read rooms. Narcissa Malfoy was something older, a woman who had survived 3 decades at the intersection of Voldemort's circle and wizarding high society by reading people rather than rooms, by understanding motivation at the level below what people said and slightly above what they were consciously aware of themselves. "I want to discuss my son," she said. Harry waited. "Draco was given a task this past year that he was not equipped for," Narcissa said. "That was, I believe, the point. Voldemort assigned it knowing Draco would fail, as a punishment to Lucius." My son spent the year trying to accomplish something impossible while simultaneously trying to keep himself alive in a school that had become an extension of Voldemort's will. She held Harry's gaze without flinching. He did not kill Albus Dumbledore. He had the opportunity and did not take it. I am aware that this is known. It's known, Harry agreed. What is less known is what he has been doing since. She reached inside her robes and placed a small sealed envelope on the table between them. Draco has been documenting every Death Eater meeting he attended, every plan he was made aware of, every movement of Voldemort's inner circle that he could observe. He began in October of last year. He has 38 weeks of material. Harry looked at the envelope. He didn't reach for it yet. Why? He said. Not skeptically, genuinely asking. Something moved across Narcissa's face. Because he is my son and he is not a murderer and I refuse to watch him become one. She said it simply, without drama. And because whatever Draco believes about blood purity and the social order, beliefs that were put into him before he was old enough to question them, I am quite aware, he is not stupid. He watched Voldemort reward Lucius's decades of service by humiliating him. He watched what happens to people who give everything to that cause. A pause. He drew conclusions. Harry leaned forward and picked up the envelope. He didn't open it yet. If this is what you say it is, Harry said, the value of it is significant. Voldemort's operational details, personnel movements, that's months of intelligence work that we don't currently have. I know, Narcissa said. What do you want in exchange? She looked at him steadily. Protection for Draco. A formal immunity agreement, recognized under the Wisengamot, for information provided under the Compact. Not immunity for everything, I'm not asking you to overlook actions that warrant accountability. But immunity from prosecution for intelligence provided, and a fair hearing for anything else. She held his gaze. And I want him out of that house. I want Draco at Hogwarts or somewhere else, away from the Death Eaters who are currently using the manor as a secondary base of operations. Harry thought about Draco Malfoy in the astronomy tower. Wand lowered. Not doing it. He thought about what it cost a Malfoy, in that world, in that room, to not do the thing you'd been sent to do. Open the envelope, Hermione said from the doorway. Harry hadn't heard her come downstairs. She was in the doorway with her arms crossed, notebook in hand, looking at Narcissa with an expression that was not warm but was serious in the way of someone who had heard enough to engage properly. Hermione Granger, Narcissa said. Mrs. Malfoy, Hermione said. She came into the room without ceremony and sat on the arm of the chair nearest the door. Open it, Harry. If it's fabricated we'll know within 20 minutes. If it's real we need to know now. Harry broke the seal on the envelope. Inside were 37 pages of close, precise handwriting that Harry recognized from 6 years of receiving annotated potions assignments back with snide commentary in the margins. The handwriting was Draco's. The content was, he read the first 3 pages and felt his mental map of Voldemort's operations shift significantly. Locations. Dates. Names. The movements of Bellatrix Lestrange, Fenrir Greyback, the 3 Carrows. A partial list of what Voldemort knew about Order of the Phoenix safe houses, which meant Harry could immediately identify which houses were compromised without having to wait for a disaster to reveal it. A meeting schedule, current as of last week, for Voldemort's inner circle. And on page 22, a detail that made Harry go still for a full 5 seconds. Hermione, he said. She came and read over his shoulder. He heard her intake of breath. The cup, she said quietly. It's at Gringotts. Hufflepuff's cup, Harry confirmed, reading. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. He put it there specifically because he believed Gringotts was impenetrable. He wasn't wrong about that, Hermione said. Except that you have a relationship with Gringotts that he doesn't know about yet. Harry looked up at Narcissa. This is substantial. I know what it is, Narcissa said. The immunity agreement, Harry said. I can draft that today and have it formally witnessed by Ragnarok. Draco's intelligence, provided in good faith and verified as accurate, grants him immunity from prosecution for intelligence-related activities only. His conduct at Hogwarts this year, and specifically what happened on the astronomy tower, will be part of a separate formal hearing where he can give his account. He held her gaze. That's the offer. It's fair and it's the most I can do within the framework of actual justice. Narcissa was quiet for exactly 3 seconds. Agreed, she said. I'll also need Draco here, Harry said. In person, for a debrief. Not Grimmauld Place, neutral ground. I'll arrange it with Ragnarok. I'll bring him, Narcissa said. Something in her loosened, very slightly, not enough to be called visible relief, but the infinitesimal relaxation of a woman who had been holding herself under extraordinary tension for a very long time. He'll cooperate. He wants to cooperate. He just needs, she stopped. To not be alone with it anymore, Harry said. She looked at him. Something surprised, briefly, in those grey eyes. Yes, she said. Ron came back from the burrow at midday with the smell of Molly Weasley's cooking still on his robes and an expression Harry had learned to read over 7 years of friendship, the specific look of someone who had sat through a difficult conversation and was processing it in the way of a person who'd grown up in a large, loud family, which was to say mostly by moving around and occasionally punching something. Mum wants to talk to you, Ron said, dropping into the kitchen chair and pulling a mug toward him. I figured, Harry said. Not angry talk. She was angry for about a day and then Dad had a very long conversation with her that I wasn't part of, and now she's in the stage where she wants to understand. He wrapped both hands around the mug. She doesn't know how to reconcile loving Dumbledore and knowing what he did. She's trying to figure out if they're the same person she thought she knew or 2 different people who looked the same. They're the same person, Harry said. That's the hard thing. Yeah. Ron was quiet for a moment. Fred and George want in, by the way. Whatever we're doing. They've been running the shop as cover for Order stuff for a year and they know more about the current state of Voldemort's network in Diagon Alley than anyone outside the Death Eaters themselves. George especially, he's got sources I don't even think Dumbledore knew about. He looked at Harry. They're not doing it for Dumbledore anymore. They want to do it for you. For themselves, Harry said. For their own reasons. Not for me. Ron grinned, the first real grin Harry had seen from him in days. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what George said you'd say. Smart man, George. Smarter than he lets on. Ron stretched. And Ginny. He stopped, in the way of a brother who was entering complicated sibling territory carefully. She asked about you. Not about the titles or the Wisengamot stuff. About you specifically. Whether you were all right. Harry felt something warm move through him that he didn't examine too closely. Tell her I'm better than I've been in years. I'll tell her exactly that, Ron said, in a tone that conveyed he was going to tell her exactly that and also watch her face very carefully when he did. After lunch, Neville Longbottom arrived. He arrived into the garden because the front door ward let him through without a knock, and he came in through the back, ducking under the doorframe in the way he'd started having to do in the last year. Neville had grown, not just physically but in the total sense, the sense that encompassed the way he moved through space and the quality of attention in his eyes and the specific set of his jaw when he had something to say. The shy round-faced boy Harry had first met on the Hogwarts Express was still visible in him the way a foundation was visible in a finished house, structural, essential, but covered now by everything built on top of it. He sat at the kitchen table and looked at Harry's rings and said, "Gran said you'd be expecting me." "Augusta Longbottom is perceptive," Harry said. "She said you ran the session like you've been doing it for decades and also that you have better posture than your father, which from her is the highest compliment she gives." Harry smiled at that. "I need to talk to you about the Alliance," Neville said. "Tell me." Neville put both hands flat on the table in the way he had when he was being precise. House Longbottom is ancient and noble. Gran holds 2 seats. She voted for every one of your motions this morning, which you know, but she also spoke to 6 other independents before the session who voted with you because she'd already done the work of explaining why they should. He met Harry's eyes. She wants to formally ally House Longbottom with the Potter-Black-Peverell-Slytherin-Merlin bloc. Political alliance, recognized under the Wisingamot Charter. She says the terms are yours to set. Harry looked at him carefully. What do you want, Neville? Not Augusta. You. Neville was quiet for a second, in the way of someone who appreciated being asked directly. I want Voldemort gone, he said. I want what he did to my parents, what Bellatrix Lestrange did to my parents, to mean something. I want to fight in a way that doesn't just react to him, that actually dismantles what he built. He paused. And I want to do it beside someone who knows what they're doing. Not following orders. Beside, Harry said. Equal footing, Neville said. I'm not asking for a title or a seat I haven't earned. I'm asking to be in the room. Harry looked at him for a moment, this person he'd known for 6 years, whom he'd underestimated for most of them and been quietly educated by in the last one, who had stood in the Department of Mysteries and held the line and who had spent the last year at Hogwarts under the Carrows doing things Harry was only just beginning to learn the full scope of. You're already in the room, Harry said. You have been for a while. I just haven't said it properly. He held out his hand. Neville took it and shook it, and the handshake had the weight of something formal without either of them making it so. The Longbottom Alliance, Harry said. Accepted. Equal footing. Good, Neville said. And then, with the specific Neville quality of saying the most important thing last in the most understated possible way, I also know where the Hufflepuff cup is. Harry and Hermione both looked at him. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, Neville said. She bragged about it. Not to me directly, obviously, but I was listening in a corridor at Hogwarts when she was talking to Snape and, we know, Hermione said. We found out this morning. Neville absorbed this. All right. So that's confirmed. It's confirmed, Harry said. And Ragnarok is already aware we're going to need access. What about the others? Neville asked. Harry laid it out. The full current map of what they knew and what they suspected, the locket, which Regulus Black had died trying to destroy and which was currently either hidden or in Mundungus Fletcher's possession if the intelligence Draco had provided was accurate, the cup at Gringotts, the diadem, which Hermione had traced to Hogwarts through a combination of Ravenclaw historical texts and the specific magic she could feel in Merlin's research on soul anchors, Nagini, and the fragment inside Harry himself. Neville listened to all of it without interrupting, which was one of the things Harry valued in him. The diadem is in the room of requirement, Neville said when Harry finished. Everyone looked at him again. The room of requirement, he said, with the patience of someone who had recently been living in that room. I've been in it for months. Not in the hidden things side of it, the room of requirement has multiple configurations, and I've been using the hiding place configuration as a base for the resistance this year. I've been through every inch of it. He paused. There's something in there that feels wrong. A cabinet full of things that have been hidden for centuries, one of them is different from the others. Old. Corrupted. I didn't know what it was. Now I do. Harry looked at Neville. Neville looked back. Could you find it again? Harry said. Harry, Neville said, I could find it in the dark. That afternoon Harry went to Gringotts alone. Ragnarok had been expecting him, the message about the Hufflepuff cup had gone through Goblin Post at mid-morning and by the time Harry arrived the relevant vault access protocols were already being prepared with the precise efficiency that Harry had come to associate with Ragnarok's management style. They sat in the same conference room as the Dumbledore meeting, which felt different with only 2 of them in it, more direct, less formal. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, Harry said. I need access. You need more than access, Ragnarok said. You need the item removed and its magical content neutralized before removal, or the neutralization of a Horcrux inside a live vault will destabilize the enchantments of every adjacent vault. He looked at Harry with those bronze eyes. We have some experience with cursed objects in deep vaults. What you're describing is more significant, but the principle applies. Can Gringotts do it? Ragnarok was quiet for a moment, in the specific way that indicated he was deciding how much to reveal about goblin capabilities. We can contain it, he said. The neutralization, the destruction, is a different matter. Horcrux magic is beyond our traditional expertise. But you can get it out of the vault intact. Yes. Then get it out, Harry said. I'll handle the destruction. Ragnarok considered. You'll need a method. The basilisk venom from the Chamber of Secrets was effective, but you don't have ready access to. I have the Sword of Gryffindor, Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him with an expression that acknowledged the point and its implications simultaneously. The sword that killed the basilisk and was subsequently saturated with its venom, yes. Where is it? Harry had actually thought about this, which was more than he'd been able to say for most of the first 24 hours. The Sword of Gryffindor was in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, locked in a glass case, where it had been since the Ministry had unsuccessfully tried to confiscate it the previous year. He'd been thinking about Dumbledore's office more generally since the meeting. About what was in it, what Dumbledore had held on to, what Dumbledore's detailed Horcrux research looked like in full. I need to go to Hogwarts, Harry said. When? Tomorrow. He paused. I also need Draco Malfoy here this afternoon for the debrief and the immunity documentation. Arranged for 4 o'clock, Ragnarok said, without consulting anything, which meant he'd already anticipated this and set it up. Harry appreciated that about him. One more thing, Harry said. He reached inside his jacket and placed the Horcrux removal text, Hermione's annotated translation of the relevant section from Merlin's research, on the table. The ritual conditions. The basin in the audit room, is it available for a different application? Ragnarok looked at the translated text. His expression was, for a goblin, remarkably close to impressed. He read for 2 minutes in silence. The Archmagus basin is available to the Lord Merlin at his discretion, Ragnarok said. He kept reading. The original source is from the Merlin Vault. Written by Merlin, Harry confirmed. He specified the stone, Ragnarok said, reaching the relevant section. I have the stone, Harry said. Ragnarok set the text down. He looked at Harry across the table with the weighing look that Harry was coming to understand was Ragnarok's version of open admiration, not warm, not expressive, but genuine in the specific goblin way that was more meaningful than human effusiveness precisely because it was rare. In 1100 years of managing the affairs of wizarding Britain, Ragnarok said, I have seen 3 individuals who combined magical power with political intelligence and the specific willingness to act at the pace the situation required. He paused. The other 2 were founders of institutions that still stand. Another pause. I thought I should tell you that. Harry sat with that for a moment. I'm going to need your help winning a war, Harry said. You have it, Ragnarok said. You've had it since the audit. They shook hands across the stone table, the Lord of 5 Houses and the Director of Gringotts, the old compact between their peoples finding new expression in a new shape, and the handshake felt like a door closing on one version of things and opening on another. Draco Malfoy at 4 o'clock was a different creature from Draco Malfoy at Hogwarts. He came in with his mother, which Harry had expected, and he sat down without the performance of arrogance that had always been his Hogwarts presentation, no sneering, no studied contempt, none of the social machinery of someone performing superiority. What Harry saw instead was someone who looked tired in the specific way of a person who had been afraid for a very long time and had recently decided the fear wasn't worth maintaining. He looked, Harry thought, younger than 6th year. And also much older. Malfoy, Harry said. Malfoy looked at him. His jaw was tight and there was something in his grey eyes that was working very hard not to be something else. Potter, he said, and then paused. Lord, I don't, Harry is fine, Harry said. In this room. Something in Malfoy's shoulders shifted slightly, as though a specific tension had been named and by naming released. I read the preliminary report, Harry said. The documentation is thorough. Did you have help? No, Malfoy said. You ran a 38-week intelligence operation alone, under active surveillance by Death Eaters who would have killed you if they'd found it, and you didn't tell anyone? My mother knew in general terms, Malfoy said. He glanced at Narcissa, who looked back at him with an expression of absolute steady attention. Not the details. I didn't want her in danger any more than, I just didn't want her to know the specifics. Protecting her, Harry said. Malfoy said nothing, which was the Malfoy way of acknowledging something he didn't have a ready framework for. Harry opened the immunity documentation, which Ragnock had prepared that morning, and placed it on the table. Read it, he said. All of it. Don't sign anything you don't understand. Malfoy read. Narcissa read over his shoulder. When they were finished, Narcissa gave a slight nod that was directed at no one and everyone. Malfoy picked up the quill. Then stopped. The astronomy tower, he said. There'll be a formal hearing, Harry said. You give your account, under oath, to a Wisengamot judicial panel. I can't guarantee the outcome, but I can guarantee the hearing is fair. He met Malfoy's eyes. And for what it's worth, I was there. I know what I saw. Malfoy looked at him. The grey eyes reading something, recalibrating something. You saw me lower my wand, he said. I saw you make a choice, Harry said. That'll be in the record. Malfoy signed the document. The debrief took 2 hours. Malfoy was precise and comprehensive, and occasionally, when he was deep in the operational details, forgot to be careful about showing how genuinely good he was at this, the observation skills, the memory, the ability to synthesize detail into pattern. Harry let him talk without interruption, taking notes on specific points he'd want to verify against what Draco had already written. The most significant new information came near the end. He's not staying in one place, Malfoy said. Voldemort. He rotates between 3 locations, the Manor, a property in Yorkshire I can give you the coordinates for, and Hogwarts when he can get access. He's been in the Hogwarts area twice this summer already. He wants something there. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. The diadem, Hermione said. The what? Malfoy said. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, Harry said. It's in the room of requirement. He hid it there himself, in his first life. He might not know it's there in the context of, there are things he doesn't know about himself. He paused. He's been drawn to it without fully understanding why. Malfoy processed this. So he's been circling the castle looking for something he doesn't know he's looking for. That's the current theory, Hermione said. That's incredibly stupid, Malfoy said, and then seemed to catch himself. For Voldemort, I mean. He's been making mistakes like that more frequently. Since the rebirth. He gets emotional. Angry. He doesn't think through the implications the way, he stopped. The way he used to, Harry said. Making Horcruxes tears the soul. He's made 6. Each one cost something. He's less than he was. Malfoy nodded slowly. He's also scared, he said. He won't admit it, not even in the room with his closest circle. But he's scared of something. He's been scared since the beginning of summer. He met Harry's eyes. I think he felt it. When the audit happened. When your titles were claimed. Whatever it did magically, I think he felt it, because something changed in him 2 days ago and he hasn't been the same since. Harry sat back. The suppression's lifting. The full Merlin and Slytherin and Peverell magical inheritance coming online simultaneously. The ambient magical resonance of that, of course Voldemort, who was more sensitive to magical disturbances than almost anyone alive, would have felt it. He knew something had changed. He didn't know what. Good, Harry said. Malfoy looked at him. Let him be scared, Harry said. It makes him less careful. Neville came back to Grimmauld Place at 7 that evening with his grandmother, which had not been the plan but which turned out to be entirely correct. Augusta Longbottom in Harry's sitting room had the quality of a force of nature politely contained in a domestic space. She declined tea, sat in the chair nearest the fireplace, looked at Harry with eyes that were the same clear assessing grey as her son's had apparently been, and said without preamble, "You need to consolidate before you move on the Horcruxes. You have the political structure but not the military one." "I'm working on it," Harry said. "You need the order," she said. "Not Dumbledore's order. Your order. New structure, your command, his knowledge used as a resource rather than a directive." She looked at him steadily. "He won't like it." "He's already not liking several things," Harry said. "One more won't break him." Augusta made a sound that might have been a laugh if she'd been a different kind of woman. "Albus Dumbledore," she said, "has been the most important person in every room he's been in for 60 years. Adjusting to being the second most important person in any room is going to take him time." "He has time," Harry said. "What I need to know is whether the Longbottom network, the contacts Augusta Longbottom had mentioned to Neville in the context of pre-session lobbying, whether those people are available for something more active." Augusta looked at him for a long moment. "You want intelligence operatives, not political supporters." "I want both," Harry said. "At different stages." She folded her hands in her lap, the gesture of a woman making a decision she'd already made 3 days ago. House Longbottom has maintained relationships with 17 ancient and noble families who do not publicly align but who have, over many years, communicated their opposition to Voldemort's agenda through back channels and small actions. She paused. "They've been waiting for someone to build something worth joining. Can you bring them to a meeting?" "I can bring 14 of the 17, she said. "The other 3 are in positions that make active alliance dangerous for now. But 14 is enough to begin." Harry looked at Neville, who looked back at him with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had known this meeting was going to go exactly this way. "When?" Harry asked Augusta. "Thursday," she said. "I'll host it at Longbottom Hall. Neutral ground with appropriate wards." She stood, which meant the meeting was over. She operated on her own schedule. "You should know, Lord Potter, I watched your father in this chamber once, when he was 22. He had exactly the same quality." She looked at him with something that wasn't quite sentiment but had sentiment's shape. "He would have been very proud." She left. Neville stayed. The two of them sat in the sitting room in the quiet after Augusta's departure and said nothing for a minute, which was the kind of silence that was full rather than empty. "Thursday," Harry said. "Thursday," Neville said. "And before Thursday, Hogwarts." Harry looked at the fire. "Tomorrow I go back to Hogwarts, get the sword, find the diadem, and have a conversation with Dumbledore on territory that's theoretically his." He paused. "Want to come?" Neville looked at him. "You're asking if I want to go back into the school that spent last year being run by Death Eaters?" "Yes." "With you?" "Yes." Neville considered it for approximately 1 second. "Obviously," he said. Hermione appeared in the doorway. She had the specific look of someone who had just solved something significant and was containing their excitement through professional discipline. She was holding the translated Horcrux removal text in one hand and a new set of notes in the other, and her eyes were bright. "I've finished the full methodology translation," she said. "Harry, the preparatory conditions, some of them are going to require things from the Slytherin vault. Specifically the soul detection instruments. But the core ritual it's genuinely achievable. We're not guessing. Merlin wrote this as a practical guide, not a theoretical exercise. He expected someone to use it." "He expected me to use it," Harry said. She looked at him. "Yes," she said. "I think he did." A pause. The ritual requires all 5 Horcruxes to be destroyed first. All of them, before we attempt the removal from you. The fragment inside you needs to be the last one, because while the others exist, Voldemort's soul still has anchors and the removal ritual could trigger a response from those anchors that, she consulted her notes, Merlin describes as catastrophically destabilizing. His words. The cup, the locket, the diadem, and Nagini, Harry said. In any order. In any order, Hermione confirmed. Then you. Ron came in from the kitchen holding 4 mugs. He distributed them with the focused efficiency of someone who had decided that keeping everyone caffeinated was his primary strategic contribution and was committed to it. He sat down on the end of the sofa and looked around at all of them. Right, he said. So we have Gringotts for the cup, Hogwarts for the diadem and the sword, and whatever for the locket and the snake. He wrapped his hands around his mug. We also have a political alliance meeting on Thursday, 14 ancient and noble houses, and a Malfoy who is on our side, which still feels extremely weird. He looked at Harry. Did I miss anything? Dumbledore hasn't responded to the Horcrux research yet, Harry said. He said he'd send the full notes today and I haven't received them. He'll send them, Hermione said. He said he would. He said a lot of things, Ron said neutrally. He'll send them, Harry said. Because whatever else he is, he wants Voldemort defeated. That part was never a lie. He looked at the fire. And because I think the conversation in the Gringotts conference room did something to him. Not because I threatened him. Because I didn't. He paused. He's been the most important person in every room for 60 years, and the first time someone has the power to genuinely challenge that and doesn't use it to destroy him, he shook his head slightly. I think that surprised him. The fire crackled. Neville was looking at Harry with the kind of look that had history in it, 6 years of history, most of it underwritten by quiet observation and the specific attention of someone who had never been at the center of events but had always been close enough to see them clearly. You know what the difference is? Neville said. Between you and every other powerful person who's tried to navigate this situation? Tell me, Harry said. You actually don't want to hurt anyone, Neville said. You want to win. But you want to win in a way that leaves things better. He paused. That's not what powerful people usually want. Usually they want to win and they don't think much past that. Harry thought about the Blood Neutrality Act. About Malfoy's immunity agreement. About choosing to document Dumbledore rather than destroy him. I want to win, Harry said, because losing means everyone I care about either dies or lives in a world run by a man who split his soul into pieces. He looked around the room, Ron with his mug, Hermione with her notes, Neville leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. The winning part is non-negotiable. The how of it, that's the part worth thinking about. Outside, Grimmauld Place's new wards hummed faintly in the walls, the old Peverell protection settled into London stone, ancient and patient and entirely certain of what they were guarding. Tomorrow, Hogwarts. Harry drank his tea and let the plan assemble itself in his mind, piece by piece, clean and clear and without hesitation. Chapter 7, The Price of the Greater Good. Hogwarts in summer was a different animal. Harry had only ever seen it full, the noise and warmth and organized chaos of 1,000 students, the great hall at mealtimes, the corridors full of movement. Empty, it felt like a held breath. The magic of the castle was still there, deeper and more audible somehow without the daily human occupation to absorb it, and when Harry, Hermione, and Neville walked through the main doors at 8:30 on Wednesday morning, the castle acknowledged them the way old things acknowledge familiar presences, a slight shift in the quality of light, the torches in the entrance hall catching without anyone touching them. Neville paused just inside the doors. Harry looked at him. Give me a second, Neville said quietly. He was looking at the entrance hall with the expression of someone returning to a place that had hurt them and finding it different from how they remembered. Not smaller, the way childhood places were supposed to go. Just changed. Carrying things it hadn't carried before. Harry waited. Neville breathed out. "All right," he said. "I'm fine." They didn't say anything else about it. They didn't need to. The castle was not quite empty. McGonagall was there, overseeing summer maintenance work being done by a small team of house elves, and she came out of her office when she felt the wards acknowledge someone entering. She stopped when she saw Harry, looked at the rings on his right hand, looked at his face, and said with the specific precision of a Scottish witch who never wasted words, "I heard about the audit." "Most people have by now," Harry said. "Yes." She looked at him steadily. "Are you here to speak with Albus?" "I'm here for the Sword of Gryffindor and for something in the Room of Requirement," Harry said. "I'll speak with Dumbledore if he's here." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. "He arrived this morning," she said. "He's been in his office since 6. She paused, in the way of someone deciding how much personal feeling belonged in a professional assessment. "He looks tired, Potter. He looks old, in a way he hasn't before." She met Harry's eyes. Whatever happened in that Gringotts meeting, it changed something. "Good," Harry said. She looked at him sharply. "Not because I want him worn down," Harry said. "Because what needed changing has been the same thing for a long time, and tired is sometimes how change starts." McGonagall looked at him for another moment, then gave a single nod. "The sword is in his office. I'll send word you're here." "I'll go up myself," Harry said. "I'll go with him," Hermione said. "Neville, the Room of Requirement?" Neville was already heading for the staircase. "I'll have it by the time you come down," he said, without turning around. The gargoyle jumped aside for Harry before he gave the password. He noted that, filed it as information about how the castle read him now, and went up. Dumbledore's office was unchanged. Everything exactly as Harry had carried it in memory, the portraits of previous headmasters, the silver instruments on the side tables, the pensieve in its cabinet, the great claw-footed desk with its particular organized disorder of parchments and quills and the objects that had accumulated around a long life of scholarship. Fawkes was on his perch, and the phoenix lifted his brilliant head when Harry entered and made a sound that wasn't quite a trill, softer, more private, the sound of a creature that recognized someone. Dumbledore was behind the desk. He rose when they entered, and McGonagall had been right, there was something different in how he moved. Not diminished exactly, not frail, but a quality of weight that hadn't been there before. As though the meeting 2 days ago had set something down in him and he hadn't yet figured out what to do with the absence of it. "Harry," he said. "Miss Granger." He gestured to the chairs. "Please." They sat. Dumbledore sat. "The Horcrux research," Harry said. Dumbledore reached into his desk drawer and produced a thick sheaf of parchment, much thicker than Harry had expected, which said something. He set it on the desk and pushed it across. Harry took it and handed it to Hermione, who opened it immediately and began scanning with the focused speed of someone cross-referencing against material she already knew well. "Everything," Dumbledore said, and his voice carried the particular weight of someone acknowledging that a word carried more meaning than its ordinary usage. "Every theory, every source, every calculation I made and the ones I made and discarded. The Horcrux research goes back 11 years for the detailed work, and another 20 for the initial theoretical framework." He paused. "The section on the 6th Horcrux, the one I believe is Nagini, begins on page 43. Hermione found it and read. Harry watched Dumbledore's face. There was something he wanted to ask that wasn't about the Horcruxes, something that had been sitting with him since the Gringotts meeting, and he decided this was the time for it because they were in Dumbledore's office without an audience and Hermione was occupied. "The scar," Harry said. "The Horcrux in the scar. When did you know it was something that could be addressed without me dying?" Dumbledore looked at him. "I didn't know that," he said quietly. "But you've seen the Merlin Vault research." "I have not," Dumbledore said. "I have spent 30 years trying to access it. Gringotts denied every application." He paused. "I assumed, based on every existing framework for Horcrux theory, that the embedded fragment could not be safely removed from a living host. Harry looked at him carefully. If you had known, if you had access to Merlin's methodology, would you have told me? The question sat between them. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The silver instruments ticked and hummed in the background. Fawkes shifted on his perch. I want to tell you yes, Dumbledore said. I want to tell you that I would have immediately given you every tool available and trusted you with the full truth. He held Harry's gaze with the specific honesty of a man who had spent 2 days dismantling his own justifications and finding the architecture underneath less sound than he'd believed. But I made the decision about what you needed to know and when you needed to know it for 16 years. I made that decision automatically, without questioning the premise that I was the correct person to be making it. I don't know what I would have done. He paused. That's the honest answer. Harry nodded. It is, he said. Does it make it worse, Dumbledore asked, or better, that I genuinely believed I was protecting you? Neither, Harry said. It makes it human. He stood and picked up the Horcrux research. I need the sword. Dumbledore stood and went to the glass case behind his desk where the sword of Gryffindor sat, ruby-hilted, bright in the morning light. He pressed his wand to the case's lock, the magical seal, layered on by ministry officials who had tried unsuccessfully to confiscate it, and the lock came apart. He reached in and lifted the sword and held it horizontally across both hands and offered it to Harry. It was not a small gesture. Harry recognized it for what it was, a man who had held the most important objects in his world for decades, handing one of them over and meaning it. Harry took the sword. It was lighter than he expected and heavier with significance than anything he'd held. The rubies in the hilt caught the light and the blade was exactly as he remembered from the chamber, bright, steady, the goblin silver somehow both warm and cool at once. There's something else, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. I have been thinking, Dumbledore said, about what you said in the Wisengamot session. About the Blood Neutrality Act. He folded his hands in the way he had when he was being genuinely careful about something. I have held that position for 30 years. Or rather, I have believed in the principle of it for 30 years and not acted on it, because acting on it would have cost me the political coalition I'd built with families whose support I believed I needed. He paused. You introduced it from the Slytherin seat on your second day in that chamber. Yes, Harry said. You didn't calculate whether you could afford the political cost. I calculated that I couldn't afford not to, Harry said. The cost of not doing it is that the principle stays theoretical forever. Principles that are never acted on aren't principles. They're aesthetics. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was complex enough to be difficult to read but that contained, Harry thought, something that might have been the specific pain of a brilliant man understanding precisely where his own brilliance had failed him. When this is over, Dumbledore said, if I can be of use to you, to the work you're building in that chamber, I would like to be. Harry considered that for a moment. When this is over, Harry said, I'll need people who know where the bodies are buried. Metaphorically and occasionally literally. Your knowledge of the political history is 40 years deeper than anyone else's. He picked up the sword properly, balanced it in his right hand, felt the basilisk venom-soaked blade respond to his grip. But you advise. You don't decide. I understand, Dumbledore said. And you stop lying by omission. Dumbledore winced, a small, genuine, unguarded expression. That particular habit, he said, is going to require considerable work to break. I know, Harry said. Break it anyway. He left with the sword and Hermione's hand full of Horcrux research, and they went to find Neville. Neville was waiting outside the room of requirement on the 7th floor with the expression of someone who had completed a task efficiently and was now experiencing the specific discomfort of having been back inside the space where he'd spent several months hiding from Death Eaters. It's in there, he said. I found it in about 8 minutes. It's on the 3rd shelf of the tallest cabinet section, 4th from the left, on top of a broken vanishing cabinet that someone stashed in there in the 50s. He paused. It looks like a tiara. It's beautiful and it makes your skin crawl. That's the one, Harry said. He pushed open the door to the room of hidden things. The room was exactly what the name implied, centuries of accumulated objects, the lost and the hidden and the deliberately stashed, a maze of furniture and broken equipment and items that had clearly been put here with the intention of retrieval and never retrieved. Harry moved through it the way Neville had described, navigating the stacks, and felt the Horcrux before he saw it, the same way he'd felt the diary in second year and the ring in Dumbledore's memories, that specific wrongness, the magical resonance of something that carried death inside it wearing life's exterior. The diadem was on the shelf exactly where Neville had said. It was beautiful, wrought silver, set with sapphires, the craftsmanship of a woman who had been renowned for her wisdom and had, in her worst moment, made an object of terrible purpose. He could feel Rowena Ravenclaw in it, distorted, the way a voice sounds on a bad connection, present but wrong. He didn't touch it with his bare hands. He conjured a cloth and wrapped it. How are you going to destroy it here? Hermione asked. I'm not, Harry said. I'm taking it to Gringotts with the cup. 2 at once, controlled environment. Ragnarok has containment protocols ready. He tucked the wrapped diadem carefully inside his bag, alongside the Horcrux research. The sword of Gryffindor goes everywhere with me until this is done. Neville was looking at the shelf where the diadem had sat. He came back for this, he said. Voldemort. That's why he's been in the area. He knew it was here but not what it was. He made it in his first life, Harry said. When he was still Tom Riddle. He hid it here thinking no one would ever find it. The irony is that hiding it here meant that anyone who knew the room's configuration could stumble across it. He looked around the vast space of hidden things. He trusted his own cleverness more than he trusted the magic of the room. His problem generally, Hermione said. They left the room of requirement and started back through the castle toward the exit, and the castle held its summer quiet around them, the torches steady, the portraits watching with the patient attention of painted witnesses, the stone humming at a register too low for ordinary hearing but perfectly clear to Harry's expanded senses. They were on the third-floor staircase when the wards changed. Harry felt it before he heard anything, a shift in the quality of the castle's magic, the kind of shift that preceded a large external presence making contact with the outer wards. Not a student, not a teacher. Something with more force, less finesse. Someone's trying to get through the outer wards, Hermione said. Not trying, Harry said. They're already past the first layer. He looked at the rings on his hand. The Peverell ring was warm, which it did when something with significant hostile magical intent was close. Neville. I felt it, Neville said. He had his wand out, which Harry had noticed Neville did quietly and without drama in the way of someone for whom the wand was a natural first response rather than a last resort. North side. More than one. Harry sent a Patronus to McGonagall, his stag corporeal, fully formed, the brightest he'd ever cast, because the full magical core made the spell feel like breathing, and moved toward the north corridor. They came around the corner of the third floor and met them. 5 Death Eaters. Not the inner circle, not Bellatrix, not Lucius, not anyone that Harry recognized immediately as named, but 5 wands up, 5 faces behind masks, the dark mark visible on the forearms of the 2 whose robes had fallen back. They had come through the outer wards, which meant either the wards had been compromised from inside or someone had given them the specific counter-sequence. Harry had the sword in his left hand and his wand in his right before the Death Eaters had finished registering his presence. The first spell came from the leftmost Death Eater, a killing curse, the green light bright in the corridor, aimed with the specific casual brutality of someone who had done it enough times to make it routine. Harry stepped aside. The corridor was narrow but he was fast, and the spell hit the stone wall and left a scorched mark. He didn't fire back immediately. He looked at the 5 of them and made the kind of assessment that 6 years and several wars of experience provided. Left one is the fastest, center one is the most trained, the 2 on the right are scared, the one on the far right is going to break first. Hermione, Harry said, at normal conversational volume. The 2 on the right. Already, she said, and her first spell hit the corridor like a thunderclap, not a direct attack but a confundus so powerful it hit both right-side Death Eaters simultaneously, which shouldn't have been possible with a single casting and which clearly surprised even her. Neville took the far left, moving with a speed and precision that had been building for a year of fighting in corridors exactly like this one. His first spell shattered the mask, his second was a petrificus that landed before the Death Eater could recover. Harry went for the center one. The center Death Eater was good, trained, controlled, the kind of opponent who'd had real instruction rather than the Death Eater practice of pointing and hoping. He got off 3 spells in rapid succession, the second of which Harry blocked with the flat of the Gryffindor sword because the sword absorbed magic in a way that Harry had half suspected and now confirmed, the goblin silver drinking the spell and dissipating it harmlessly. The Death Eater's eyes went wide behind his mask. Harry disarmed him with the lazily effortless quality of someone operating with 4 times the magical power the opponent was prepared for, and the Death Eater's wand flew 20 feet down the corridor and clattered against the stone. The fifth, the one on the left who had fired the killing curse, made a break for it. Ran, back the way they'd come. Harry pointed his wand without turning his head and said Incarcerus, and the cords of conjured rope caught both ankles and the Death Eater went down hard. Total time, 45 seconds. Neville looked at the 3 incapacitated Death Eaters on his end of the corridor and the 2 on Harry's and said, with the understated quality he'd developed for these moments, you didn't even need the sword. I needed it for the second spell, Harry said, looking at the faint scorch mark on the blade where the reflected spell had hit. Which is interesting. McGonagall arrived 60 seconds later, wand drawn, face tight with controlled alarm, and stopped at the sight of 5 incapacitated Death Eaters arranged in the corridor. We're fine, Harry told her before she could ask. The wards, they got through the outer layer. Not the inner. Someone gave them the outer sequence. Harry looked at the corridor. You might want to change the passwords for the section from the north gate through to the 3rd floor. He paused. And call the Aurors. Not for these 5, for whoever gave them the sequence. McGonagall looked at the incapacitated Death Eaters, at Harry, at the sword of Gryffindor in his left hand, and said in a tone of extremely dry resignation, You've been here 40 minutes. It's been a productive morning, Harry agreed. They were back at Grimmauld Place by noon. The Gringotts' visit for the cup took the afternoon, not the destruction, which Ragnarok had organized for the following morning under controlled conditions with the sword of Gryffindor, but the retrieval. Harry and Ragnarok went down to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault with 2 goblin containment specialists who handled the cup with the careful expertise of people who managed cursed objects for a living and didn't particularly find it extraordinary. The cup was contained. The diadem was contained. Both of them sealed in goblin-made cases that prevented the Horcrux magic from broadcasting outward. 2 down. The locket was more complicated. The intelligence from Draco placed it in Mundungus Fletcher's possession, or rather in the possession of someone Fletcher had sold it to, which was the Hogwarts kitchen, which had acquired it as a decorative piece via a dodgy antiques transaction with a woman Harry recognized from Draco's description as Dolores Umbridge. Umbridge had the locket. Harry sent Hermione to deal with it, because Hermione's specific form of methodical relentlessness was the right tool for the job of acquiring something from Umbridge without escalating it into a confrontation that would take more time than they had. Hermione went. She was back by evening with the locket and a brief account of what had happened that Harry chose not to fully examine for legal clarity. You got it, he said. I got it, Hermione said, with the expression of someone who had crossed a moral threshold and decided it was the right threshold to cross. She had it on her neck as a piece of jewelry. It was disgusting. She set the sealed case on the table. And she's been carrying it for months, which means, Harry, the soul fragment in the locket has been doing what soul fragments do when they're in proximity to people. She's been affected. Does that change anything for us? No. I wanted to note it. She looked at the case. 3 down. Nagini, Harry said. Nagini was the one he'd been thinking about most carefully, because Nagini was not an object. Nagini was a living creature, bonded to Voldemort with a depth that crossed from magical companionship into something harder to categorize, and killing her required getting close to Voldemort or separating her from him, neither of which was straightforward. But Draco's intelligence had provided something useful. Voldemort's rotation schedule, the Yorkshire property, specifically, where he spent 3 nights each week, and where Nagini had been observed ranging the grounds alone in the early morning while Voldemort worked on whatever he was working on inside. "We need a window," Harry said. 3 days. He's at Yorkshire on Friday night. Ron, who had been quiet for most of the evening and whose quiet had the specific texture of someone sitting with something difficult, said, "I'll go to Yorkshire." Harry looked at him. "Nagini," Ron said. "I'll go. You've got the Horcrux destruction tomorrow morning, the Longbottom Alliance meeting Thursday, and then the ritual preparation to begin. You can't be in 3 places." He met Harry's eyes steadily. "I can be at the Yorkshire property Friday morning before dawn. Neville comes with me. We find the snake when she's ranging the grounds and we end it." "Ron, basilisk venom," Ron said. "We've got the sword. The sword is for the ritual confirmation tomorrow at Gringotts, but after that, lend it to me for Friday night." He held Harry's gaze. "I can do this, Harry. You know I can." Harry looked at him for a long moment. The thing about Ron was that he was easy to underestimate, and Harry had fallen into the habit of it the same way everyone did, the easygoing manner, the humor, the deliberate self-deprecation that obscured what was underneath. What was underneath was a strategic mind that had been playing chess since he could hold pieces, a loyalty that was structural rather than sentimental, and a specific kind of courage that was different from Harry's because it was fully aware of the fear and chose action anyway. "You and Neville," Harry said. "And Hermione on communications," Ron said. "In case something goes wrong." Harry looked at Hermione. "I'll be on the communication mirror," she said, already resigned to it being settled. "If anything goes wrong, nothing will go wrong," Ron said, with the comfortable certainty of someone who had learned that expressing absolute confidence before a difficult thing was at least as useful as having it. "All right," Harry said. Ron nodded, and something in him settled, the specific satisfaction of a person who had asked for the job they were right for and been trusted with it. Thursday at Longbottom Hall. Augusta Longbottom's house was everything the name suggested, solid, old, unapologetically formal, the kind of property that had been in a family long enough to have developed its own personality around the family's central characteristics. Strong bones, no nonsense, and a garden that was immaculate not because someone prettified it but because anything at Longbottom Hall was maintained to the same standard as everything else. 14 families. 14 lords and ladies of ancient and noble houses who had spent years in the careful position of not aligning with Dumbledore without aligning with Voldemort, a position that required skill to maintain and had extracted its own cost in compromises and silences. They arrived in 1s and 2s through Augusta's flue. Harry stood at the entrance to the main hall and met each of them himself, which he'd decided on the drive out was the right call, not because he needed to perform accessibility but because he'd been managed and mediated for 17 years and the reflex of operating through intermediaries was one he needed to break in himself before he broke it in others. Some of them he'd met before. Lord Greengrass arrived with the same careful evaluation he'd brought to the Wizengamot. Lady Bones, who'd gripped his hand in the ministry corridor, arrived with a directness that Harry appreciated enormously. Several others he knew only from Ragnarok's political briefings, names and voting histories and the specific alignments that told you what a family cared about more honestly than any public statement. One arrival surprised him. Andromeda Tonks. She came through the flue last, in dark blue robes, with the particular combination of black family bone structure and something warmer underneath it that he recognized from Nymphadora, from Tonks, who had been her daughter, who had died in the battle that was still technically in the past but felt immediate when he saw her mother's face. She saw Harry and stopped. He went to her. He didn't plan it as a thing, he just went. "Mrs. Tonks," he said. "Harry," she said, and her voice was steady with the particular steadiness of someone who had survived something enormous and was rebuilding around what remained. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "About Tonks." About Remus. He held her gaze. I should have said it sooner. You've been somewhat occupied, she said dryly, with an edge of something that was black family sharpness under the grief, and it made him feel close to Sirius in a way that was both painful and welcome. I have a son, she said. Teddy. He's a few weeks old. She looked at Harry steadily. I want his world to be the one you're building in that chamber. It will be, Harry said. Not as a promise he was performing. As a fact he was stating. She looked at him for a moment. You sound like Sirius, she said. Not in voice. In certainty. She paused. He would have liked that very much. The meeting lasted 3 hours. Harry laid out the situation with the same direct clarity he'd brought to the Wisengamot session, the current state of Voldemort's network, the Horcrux progress, the political structure he was building, the Blood Neutrality Act and what it would require in terms of active lobbying before the vote. He didn't ask them to do things for him. He told them what he was doing and explained where their participation would matter and let them decide. 14 families. 14 votes on the Wisengamot that had been sitting in careful abstention for decades. By the end of the meeting, 13 of them were active allies. The 14th, Lord Selwyn, an older man whose family had Voldemort-adjacent history that made his position genuinely complicated, had committed to abstention rather than opposition, which was its own kind of progress. You have a voting block of 31 seats, Augusta said to Harry, in the quiet after the last guests left, while Neville was helping clear the meeting room. With Longbottom. Not counting your 9. 40 seats, Harry said. Against Dumbledore's reduced block of 33 and Voldemort sympathizers at 20-something. He calculated. There are 67 uncommitted seats. There are, Augusta said. But the Blood Neutrality Act will move several of them. It will also motivate opposition in ways that will reveal who's really aligned with Voldemort's agenda, which is valuable information. She looked at him with those clear gray eyes. You're not trying to win a majority. You're trying to make the shape of the sides legible. Yes, Harry said. Once the sides are legible, people make choices. Right now too many people are hiding in the middle because the middle looks safe. The middle stops looking safe when the war becomes visible, Augusta said. That's the other part of the plan, Harry said. Friday arrived. Ron and Neville left before dawn. Harry watched them go from the front step of Grimmauld Place, Ron with the sword of Gryffindor in a spelled case under his arm and the particular loose-shouldered confidence of someone in their element, Neville beside him with his wand already in his hand. They apparat without ceremony. Harry went back inside and sat at the kitchen table with his tea and waited. He didn't wait long. The communication mirror, a matched pair from the Peverell vault that Hermione had identified and configured, flared at 6:15. Hermione's face in the glass, with the specific expression of someone monitoring a situation that was going correctly and needed to report. They found her, Hermione said. She was ranging the east grounds when they arrived. Ron has the sword. Harry waited. At 6:22 the mirror flared again. Done, Hermione said simply. Harry breathed out. 4. He was still sitting at the kitchen table when the mirror flared a third time, and this time it wasn't Hermione's expression. It was Ron's, slightly breathless, with the wild-eyed look of someone for whom adrenaline was still clearing. She fought, Ron said. Like you would not believe. Neville's got a bite, not the snake, she'd already lost the head by then. One of the Carrow-adjacent idiots who was apparently guarding the Yorkshire property tried to help. It's not bad, Hermione's dealing with it. He paused. The sword works. It's done. Come home, Harry said. They came back an hour later, Ron still buzzing, Neville with a bandaged forearm and the expression of someone who had been in a fight and found it clarifying. Hermione fussed over the bandage in a way she would have denied was fussing. Ron ate an enormous breakfast. Harry made the tea. After breakfast, Harry went to his study. He sat at the desk and looked at the 4 sealed Gringotts cases, the cup and the diadem destroyed this morning, the locket destroyed yesterday, Nagini confirmed. The physical evidence of 4 soul fragments separated from the world. And then there was him. He reached up and touched the scar. 15 months old when it happened. 17 years carrying something he hadn't known was there. The piece of Voldemort's broken soul that had lived in him since the night his parents died, that had given him Parseltongue and visions and the connection he'd never wanted. One more. He found himself thinking, oddly, about the mirror in the Peverell Library Annex. About standing in front of it and seeing himself clearly for the first time, not the image he'd always had of himself, the undersized boy with second-hand clothes and glasses held together by spellotape, but what was actually there. The Lord of 5 Houses. The heir of Merlin. The person who had been suppressed and limited and instrumentalized and who had walked through all of it and was still standing. He thought about what Neville had said. You actually don't want to hurt anyone. It was true. He'd never once, through any of this, the Wizengamot, the Dumbledore meeting, the Death Eaters in the corridor, felt the thing that he'd sometimes feared he might feel if he ever had real power. The pull toward using it because it was there. It had never come. What came instead was this persistent, infuriating, clarifying need to make things work. To solve the actual problem rather than the satisfying one. He picked up the resurrection stone from the desk where it had been sitting for 3 days. It was cold, as always. He turned it over in his hands and thought about who he'd call up if he turned it 3 times, and decided he wasn't going to, not because he was afraid of what he'd see but because the people he would have called had already told him what he needed to know in other ways. His father's sealed letter in the Potter vault. Ignotus Peverell's note in the library annex. Merlin's open books. We have been waiting for you. He put the stone in his pocket. Downstairs, he could hear Ron and Neville's voices, the particular male domestic noise of people who had survived something together and were processing it by being loud. Hermione was writing. Outside, London was doing what London did, entirely unaware. Tomorrow the ritual. He stood up from the desk and went downstairs to sit with his people, because the night before something this large didn't require solitude or preparation or a studied emotional state. It required the ordinary human warmth of being in a room with the people you trusted. He sat on the kitchen sofa and listened to Ron explain the Yorkshire operation in detail to a skeptical creature, who was expressing his critique of Ron's tactical choices through the medium of pointed muttering while making dinner. Neville was asleep in the armchair, the bandaged arm resting on the side, his face completely relaxed in the way of someone who had spent a year on high alert and was allowing themselves, briefly, to stand down. Hermione was at the table. She was reading Ignotus Peverell's journal. Harry had given it to her that morning, and she had the expression she wore when she was reading something that was reorganizing her understanding of the world. Every few minutes she made a note, and the note was the kind that led to 3 more notes, and the notebook beside her was filling with connections he'd let her make in her own time. She looked up at some point and caught him watching her. The journal, she said. He knew. Ignotus knew what the Hallows were for. What are they for? Harry said. She was quiet for a moment. Not to conquer death, she said. That's the story, but it's not the point. The point is, Merlin built them. Ignotus understood them. They're not about cheating death. They're about facing it. The cloak conceals you until you choose to step out from under it. The stone lets you see what waits on the other side. The wand makes you certain enough that when death comes, you're not afraid. She looked at him steadily. They're for the person who has to do what you're going to do tomorrow. Face the thing inside them that's connected to death and unmake it. She paused. He built them for you. Harry sat with that. Not specifically for me, he said. For whoever you are, Hermione said. The Lord of the Line. The one who would eventually need them. She closed the journal. He was very patient. Apparently, Harry said. It's a genetic trait. I'm working on it. She smiled, the real one, the one that was mostly in her eyes. You're doing fine, she said. He stayed up late, later than the others, sitting in the kitchen while the house settled into its nighttime sounds around him. The wards humming in the walls. Creature moving in the back rooms with the quiet proprietary care of someone who finally had a home that was being properly kept. The fire burning low. Tomorrow the ritual. Tonight, the house. The warmth of it. The 5 rings on his right hand, the resurrection stone in his pocket, the elder wand in his jacket alongside the Hollyan phoenix feather wand he'd carried since he was 11. He flexed his right hand and felt the rings, all 5, and felt his magic running full and clear through every part of him. Outside, somewhere in Britain, Voldemort was afraid and didn't know why. Harry let the fire burn down, and waited for morning. Chapter 8, What the Crown Demands. The ritual chamber at Gringotts looked different prepared. Ragnarok had been working since before dawn. The audit basin had been moved to the center of the room and surrounded by a ring of carved stone markers, each one inlaid with runes that Harry could now read well enough to understand, anchoring runes, boundary markers, the formal magical notation of a containment field designed to hold something that didn't want to be held. The room smelled of old stone and something sharper, mineral and electric, the specific scent of serious magic about to be worked. 4 goblin attendants stood at the cardinal points. None of them spoke. Ragnarok himself stood at the far end of the basin, robed in formal black, and when Harry came through the door he looked at him with those bronze eyes and said simply, "Ready." "Ready," Harry said. Hermione was behind him. She had the translated methodology in one hand and her own annotated notes in the other, and she had been awake since 3 in the morning going over the preparatory requirements for the 4th time, which Harry had let her do because it was how she managed fear and he wasn't going to interfere with that. Ron was behind her, and Neville, and then no one else. Harry had been specific about that. This was not a spectacle. He stood at the basin and looked at the dark red liquid inside it, the same medium that had red his blood 10 days ago and started all of this, now reconfigured for a different purpose. Hermione opened the methodology to the working section. "The stone first," she said. "Set it on the rim of the basin. It needs to establish the boundary condition before anything else." Harry took the resurrection stone from his pocket and set it on the stone rim of the basin. The effect was immediate and different from anything the stone had done before, not warmth, not cold, but a specific stilling of the air around the basin, as if the room had taken a breath and held it. The boundary between living and dead, Merlin had written, needed to be made present without being invited through. The stone created that boundary by its nature, it was the thing that knew both sides without crossing, and its presence told the ritual that this was not a death but an expulsion. "The Elder Wand," Hermione said. Harry drew it from inside his jacket and held it in his right hand. The Hollyan Phoenix Feather Wand was in his left. He debated this, whether to use one or both, which Hermione's translation of the methodology had left ambiguous. But the methodology had been written for a theoretical heir of Merlin, not for a specific individual, and the specific individual standing at the basin had 2 wands that both recognized him as their master. He'd decided this morning to use both. Merlin's research said the ritual required a complete expression of the caster's magical identity, and his magical identity included both wands. He wasn't going to be incomplete on the one day completeness mattered most. He looked at his hands. The Elder Wand in his right hand, old and dark and absolutely confident. The Holly Wand in his left, warm and familiar, the wand he'd carried since he was 11 and that had come back to him across impossible distances because it was his. 5 rings on his right hand. He felt each of them, Potter's Griffin, steady, Black Serpent's, warm, Peverell's iron dark, ancient, Slytherin's coiling silver, precise, Merlin's stone band, alive. "When I begin," Harry said to the room, "no one interferes. No matter what happens. Hermione, if something looks wrong, I trust the methodology," she said, with the absolute conviction of someone who has spent a week with a text and knows it the way she knows her own name. "And I trust you. Don't improvise." "I never improvise," Harry said. Ron made a sound. "I rarely improvise," Harry said. He looked at Ragnarok. Ragnar inclined his head. The 4 attendants were still as stone. Harry placed both wands against the surface of the audit basin, the Elder Wand and the Holly Wand, both tips touching the dark red liquid simultaneously, and reached into his magical core and opened it fully. What followed was not what he'd expected and exactly what Merlin's methodology had described, which meant it was Hermione's translation that had prepared him for it. The magic came up from the basin and met the magic coming down from both wands, and the point of contact was not painful, it was loud. Not with sound. With presence. With the specific roar of 2 things that were never meant to occupy the same space being required to separate, the Horcrux fragment and Harry's own magical consciousness, which had grown up around each other over 17 years the way 2 trees grow around a shared stake. He felt the fragment. He'd always known it was there, in the way you know about a sound you've heard so long it stopped being sound and became background. Now, with his full magical identity present and the stone setting the boundary and both wands anchoring the ritual, it was suddenly, shockingly distinguishable. A piece of something that was not him. Dark where his magic was bright, cold where his was warm, closed and recursive and afraid in the specific way of something that was never supposed to be mortal but had been made so. He held his magic steady against it. The methodology said do not force it. The methodology said let the full identity be the counterpressure, the foreign element will recognize what it is not, and what it is not will push it toward the boundary the stone has set. Harry had read those words 4 times and understood them intellectually and was now discovering that the practice of them was harder than the theory, because the fragment did not want to go. It had been anchored in him for 17 years. It had grown roots. He increased the output from both wands. Not force, pressure. The difference between pushing a door and leaning on it, the steady incremental weight of something that was not going to stop. The fragment resisted. He didn't stop. The magic in the room was visible now, not metaphorically visible, actually visible, the air between the basin and the ceiling lit with a deep gold light that pulsed at the rhythm of Harry's heartbeat. The rune-marked stone anchors glowed. The resurrection stone on the basin's rim was surrounded by a field of cold white light that had the quality of winter mornings, of still water, of the specific piece of things that had no more to fear from death. He heard, or felt, the distinction was unclear, the fragment begin to move. It was like pulling a hook out of flesh. Not agony. Not clean. Something that occupied the exact space between the two, that required you to hold very still and keep the pressure absolutely even and not flinch, because flinching would close around the thing you were trying to remove. Harry did not flinch. He breathed in and held every part of his magical identity steady, Potter and Black and Peverell and Slytherin and Merlin, all 5, complete, fully his, the thing he had been since birth and had only been allowed to know for 10 days, and he leaned on the fragment with all of it, and the fragment came. Not all at once. Not dramatically. It came the way the tide comes out, steadily, inevitably, leaving behind a surface that was wet and raw and would dry clean. Harry felt it leave the scar. The sensation was, he didn't have a word for it. Not pain. Not pleasure. The closest thing was the feeling of coming in from cold, the involuntary full-body adjustment when warmth replaces cold, except the cold had been so constant for so long that he hadn't known it was cold. Now it was gone, and what was left was the room temperature of his own soul. He kept both wands in contact with the basin until the fragment was fully drawn into the dark red liquid, and then he lifted them away. The liquid in the basin churned. The fragment, loose in the medium of the audit basin, tried to organize itself the way a cornered thing tries to organize, the reflexive response of a soul fragment accustomed to having a host. But there was no host. There was only the basin and the boundary the stone had set and the cold certainty of something that could not sustain itself without an anchor. Ragnar spoke a single word in the oldest goblin dialect. One of the 4 attendants stepped forward with a goblin-made blade that gleamed with the same silver and venom composition as the sword of Gryffindor and brought it down into the liquid in a single clean stroke. The fragment dissolved. Not with drama. Not with a scream. The dark thing that had been wound into Harry's scar since the night of October 31, 1981 simply ceased to be present in the world, and the basin's liquid stilled and returned to its ordinary dark red, and the room was quiet. 5. All 5. Harry straightened and put both wands away. He touched the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. It was still there. The skin was still faintly raised in the old shape. But the presence behind it, the connection, the cold drain of something foreign, the specific weight of being a container for something that wasn't yours, was gone. His head felt like a room after furniture has been removed. Slightly too large. Clean. Harry. Hermione's voice, from very close. He turned. Her face told him everything about his own face that he couldn't see, the expression of someone watching something they'd been afraid might kill the person they loved confirming that it didn't. She had both hands pressed against her mouth and she was not crying, which was clearly requiring effort. Ron was behind her, and his expression was the specific Ron Weasley face of profound relief expressed through aggressive composure. He cleared his throat once. "All right," he said. "Yeah," Harry said. "Good," Ron said, with the precision of someone saying the smallest possible thing that contained everything. Neville, from near the door, said nothing. He just looked at Harry and nodded once, and that was sufficient. Ragnarok said, "The fragment is destroyed. Your magical core is uncontaminated. The ritual is complete." He paused. "How do you feel?" Harry thought about it. "Like myself," he said. It came out quieter than he'd intended, with more weight than he'd meant to put in it. Like himself. That was it exactly, not new, not transformed, not suddenly different. Just fully and unambiguously himself, without the thing that had been living in the corner of him since before he could remember. Ragnarok looked at him for a moment with those ancient bronze eyes, and in them Harry saw what he'd seen occasionally in those eyes over the past 10 days, the specific satisfaction of something being completed that had needed completing for a very long time. "The Wizengamot session is in 4 days, Ragnarok said, returning to business with the efficiency of a goblin who had witnessed a historic ritual and was now focused on the next item on the list. The charter amendment for the Archmagus position. And the first reading of the Blood Neutrality Act." "I know," Harry said. He picked up the resurrection stone from the basin's rim and pocketed it. "I'll be ready." He walked out of Gringotts into the July morning with Hermione on his left and Ron on his right and Neville just behind, and the sun hit him and he stopped on the top step and breathed. Diagon Alley was busy. The ordinary wizarding world, going about its business, unaware that the last piece of Voldemort's soul had been destroyed in a basement under their feet 20 minutes ago. He let that ordinariness be what it was, not a backdrop to significance, just life continuing, which was the whole point of everything. "Voldemort," Hermione said quietly. "I know," Harry said. "The Horcruxes are gone. All of them. He doesn't know yet." He looked along the alley at the shops, the people, the morning. He's going to feel it at some point. The absence of them. It'll feel different, he won't know why, but he'll feel it. "And then he'll come," Ron said. "And then he'll come," Harry agreed. "Without the Horcruxes, he's mortal. When he dies now, he stays dead." "When," Neville said. "When," Harry confirmed. The 4 of them stood on the Gringotts steps in the morning sun and nobody said anything for a moment, because some things didn't require commentary. Then Ron said, "Breakfast," and that was exactly the right thing, and they went and had breakfast at the cafe on the corner where Harry had sat with them 11 days ago after the vault visits, and it felt like years ago and like this morning simultaneously. The waiting lasted 6 days. Harry used them. The Wizengamot session on day 4 was the best one yet. The Archmagus Charter Amendment passed 63 to 51, which was closer than Harry would have liked but sufficient, and the Blood Neutrality Act had its first full reading and formal debate. The debate was heated, which was expected and which Harry had prepared for. Several members of the old pure-blood bloc made speeches that were more revealing about their actual positions than any intelligence report could have been. Lucius Malfoy did not attend. Daphne Greengrass, observing from the gallery, watched the proceedings with the focused attention of someone taking detailed notes. Andromeda Tonks appeared at the session as an observer, carrying Teddy. Harry caught sight of her in the gallery during a recess and they exchanged a brief nod that contained an entire conversation. Dumbledore sent the additional research he'd promised. It arrived in 3 installments over 2 days, each more detailed than the last, and Hermione spent 48 hours going through it and emerged with the specific expression of someone who had found several things they'd been looking for and several things they hadn't expected. She briefed Harry on all of it. The briefing took 2 hours. He knew more than he told the Order, she said. About the timeline, about the Horcrux count, about the specific magical deterioration Voldemort was experiencing. He had it documented. She paused. He also had, and I want to be fair here, he had several contingency theories for scenarios where you survived. He just never fully committed to them because he considered the probability too low to plan around. He thought I was going to die, Harry said. He was wrong, Hermione said, with the finality of someone closing a book. On day 5, Draco Malfoy appeared at Grimmauld Place without his mother. He came through the flue at 11 in the morning, stood in the sitting room, and said, without preamble, I want to help with Voldemort. Not passively. Not sitting in a safe house providing intelligence. He met Harry's eyes. I want to be in the fight. Harry looked at him. Draco held his gaze, no Malfoy performance, no armor of superiority. Just a person who had made a choice about who they wanted to be on the other side of something terrible. Can you duel? Harry said. Draco's chin lifted fractionally. Better than you'd expect. We'll test that, Harry said. Tomorrow morning, in the Peverell Manor grounds. Bring your wand. Something moved across Draco's face, not quite relief, not quite gratitude, because he was still a Malfoy and those emotions required more than 10 days to surface cleanly. But something. Tomorrow, he said. He dueled Harry the next morning in the wild grounds of Peverell Manor, and Harry's first assessment, that Draco was technically precise and magically controlled and had been training seriously since 5th year, was confirmed by the second exchange, and the third. He was good. Not in the same category as Harry, not with the Merlin-Slytherin inheritance behind him, but good in the specific way of someone who had taken something seriously and been honest about their weaknesses. You drop your left shoulder on the second exchange, Harry said. I know, Draco said. I can't fully break it. You will, Harry said. Practice against someone who exploits it. That's how you break a tell. He paused. Neville will do it without mercy and without comments about your family history, which makes him the right training partner. Draco looked at him. The mention of Neville, of Harry casually proposing Neville Longbottom as a training equal, required visible processing. I can arrange that, Harry said. Draco said, after a moment, all right. They trained for 2 hours. At the end, Draco had managed to close the left shoulder gap in 3 of the last 5 exchanges, which was progress, and his expression had the specific quality of someone who had expected to be humiliated and had instead been taken seriously, and wasn't sure what to do with that yet. Harry let him figure it out at his own pace. Voldemort came on the 6th night. He came the way Harry had expected him to come, not with subtlety, not with strategy, because the Horcruxes were gone and the careful calculating patience that had characterized his movements for the past year was gone with them. He came with fury, which was what happened when a man who had built his immortality on the architecture of cold intelligence had that architecture torn away and found himself suddenly mortal and did not know how to be mortal. He came to Hogsmeade first, which triggered the Hogwarts boundary wards, which sent the alert that Harry had spent 3 days preparing with McGonagall. The alert reached Grimmauld Place at 2:30 in the morning as a burst of red light from the communication mirror that woke Harry out of sleep and had him dressed and wand in 45 seconds. He apparat to the edge of Hogsmeade and arrived to a night sky lit red and green with the specific colors of a battle that was very recently joined. Order members, the reorganized Order, his Order now, operating under the command structure he'd built with Augusta and Andromeda and the 14 allied families, were already in position. The groundwork of the previous 10 days was visible in how they moved, organized, coordinated, covering the evacuation of Hogsmeade residents toward the Hogwarts gates without the chaos that had characterized every previous large-scale engagement Harry had witnessed. Voldemort was in the center of the village. He was different from the last time Harry had seen him clearly, the physical form more degraded, the power present but rougher, less controlled. 5 Horcruxes had been the scaffold of his magical identity, and the scaffold was gone, and what remained was still extraordinary and still dangerous but was no longer the creature that had moved through the world with the absolute cold certainty of something that could not be killed. He turned when Harry arrived. He felt him, the same way Harry had felt the Horcrux in the basin, 2 things recognizing each other across the difference between them. "Potter," Voldemort said. His voice still carried the hissing quality of someone who spent too much time in Parseltongue. But there was something in it that had not been there before, a note that Harry identified after a moment as anger that had fear underneath it. Not the fear of a coward. The fear of a man confronted with the sudden reality of his own mortality, which was a different and more desperate thing. "Tom," Harry said. Voldemort's eyes, red, always red, the specific red of a man who had done too much to himself to remain human, narrowed. "You don't know what you've done," he said. "You think destroying a few, 5, Harry said. "All 5. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem." He held Voldemort's gaze steadily. "Nagini was dealt with in Yorkshire 2 days ago." He paused. "And the one you put in my head the night you killed my parents, that one's gone too." Voldemort was still. The red eyes moved over Harry's face with the specific attention of someone reading for information they didn't want to find and finding it anyway. He could feel it, Harry thought. The absence. The place where the anchors had been, the reason he'd felt different all week without being able to identify why. "You're mortal," Harry said. Simply. "You have been for 6 days. Whatever you came here to do, it's not going to work the way you planned." Something happened in Voldemort's face. Not collapse, he was too old and too powerful for simple collapse. Something more like the specific rearrangement of a man who has decided that if the game is lost, the only thing left is to take the board with him. He fired the killing curse with the speed of someone who had been casting it for 40 years. Harry moved and cast simultaneously, the same reflex that had gotten him through the corridor at Hogwarts, through the Department of Mysteries at 15, through a graveyard at 14 with his hands tied and no preparation. The killing curse missed him by 6 inches and hit the wall of the 3 broomsticks, and Harry's return wasn't a single spell. He had the Elder Wand in his right hand and the Holly Wand in his left. He had the full Merlin and Slytherin and Peverell and Black and Potter magical inheritance running through both of them simultaneously. And he had, for the first time in his life, no fraction of his power locked away by someone else's decision. He fought Voldemort the way he'd learned to fight over the past 10 days, not reactively, not defensively, but with the clear directed force of someone who understood exactly what they were doing and why. The killing curse was Voldemort's primary weapon and always had been, because a man who believed in death as the ultimate power built his toolkit around it. Harry had spent 3 days before this moment thinking about the killing curse specifically, about its mechanism, about the fact that Merlin's research included a detailed analysis of unforgivable curses as corruptions of foundational magic. The killing curse was, at its root, a severing spell. It severed the connection between magical consciousness and physical form. What the full Merlin inheritance could do, in sufficient concentration, was the opposite, reinforce that connection with such density that the severing couldn't complete. Theory. He'd only read about it. But Voldemort fired the killing curse 3 times in the next 90 seconds, and Harry caught all 3 with a shield cast from the Elder Wand that he'd never tried before and which worked exactly as the theory suggested it should, the green light breaking against it and dispersing into nothing, and on the 3rd one he saw Voldemort's face do something Harry had never seen it do before. Go uncertain. He pressed the advantage immediately. Not with cruelty. With efficiency. He disarmed with the Holly Wand while the Elder Wand held the shield, and Voldemort's wand, the U wand that had killed so many people, flew out of his hand and hit the cobblestones of Hogsmeade with a sound that was entirely ordinary and entirely final. Voldemort without a wand was still Voldemort. He still had wandless magic, still had the raw power of 50 years of deliberate and brutal self-augmentation. He attacked with it. Harry felt the wandless killing intent hit his shield and crack it, which was the specific information that the Elder Wand's shield had its limits and he needed to end this. He ended it with a single binding, an ancient restraining charm from the Slytherin Armory collection, intended for containing magical creatures of significant power, which the Slytherin vault had contained under the label of for emergencies and which Harry had memorized on the first day in the armory because it had struck him as precisely the kind of thing one would eventually need. Voldemort hit the ground. He hit the cobblestones of Hogsmeade and the binding held, and for a moment the red eyes looked up at Harry from the ground with an expression that moved through rage and disbelief and settled, in the last second before full magical restraint closed off active casting entirely, into something that Harry recognized with a distant shock as almost human. Not acceptance. Not peace. Just, the expression of a person who had spent 70 years running from a specific thing and had finally been caught by it. Voldemort was mortal. And he had been stopped. Harry looked down at him, both wands in hand, the binding active, and felt absolutely none of the things he'd been afraid he'd feel in this moment. Not triumph, which he'd worried would feel hollow. Not grief, which he'd worried would feel inappropriate. Just a clear, complete, entire stillness, the stillness of something finished. Of a sum that had reached its correct answer. He looked up. The Order members were around him in a loose circle. Neville, and Ron, and Hermione with her wand still drawn. Draco Malfoy, near the back, with his left shoulder properly squared. McGonagall standing by the Hogwarts gate. Augusta Longbottom, who had come out of retirement for the second time in her life and appeared entirely unsurprised by how it had gone. Andromeda Tonks was there, which Harry hadn't known and which moved him when he saw her. He looked back down at Voldemort. Tom Riddle. Born in a Muggle orphanage. First in his year at Hogwarts. The most brilliant student Dumbledore had ever taught, which Dumbledore had said without vanity because it was simply true. A person who had been given everything the magical world could offer and had responded to it by trying to make himself into something that wasn't a person anymore, because personhood meant mortality and mortality meant loss of control. Harry thought about 30%. About suppressions placed on a 15-month-old child. About every decision made by powerful people convinced they knew what was necessary, and the cost of those decisions tallied up in the lives of ordinary people who never got to make their own choices. Tom, Harry said, and his voice was quiet and direct and entirely without rancor. It's over. Voldemort said nothing. The red eyes held Harry's gaze for a long moment, and in them, behind the rage, behind the fear, Harry saw something that was the remnant of what a person looked like before they started removing pieces of themselves. A ghost of Tom Riddle at 11 years old, arriving at Hogwarts, understanding for the first time that he was magical and could be extraordinary. What a waste, Harry thought. What an absolute waste. He handed the binding responsibility to McGonagall with a look, and she took it, her wand connection to the restraining charm steady and precise as everything she did, and Harry turned and walked to where Ron and Hermione were standing. Ron gripped his arm. Not a handshake, not a hug, the specific grip of someone who had been through something alongside you and was affirming, through physical contact, that you'd come out the other side. Harry gripped back. Hermione said nothing. She looked at him with those familiar clear eyes and everything that needed to be said was in the look, which was everything they'd been since they were 11 years old in a bathroom with a troll. The Wizengamot, she said, finally. Not tonight, Harry said. No, she agreed. Tonight is tonight. 3 weeks later, the Wizengamot voted on the Blood Neutrality Act. Harry presented it himself. No speechwriters, no managed talking points, he stood in the Archmagus seat and made the case in the plainest possible language, which was the language the act deserved. He cited the history, the specific legal discriminations, the documented harm. He cited Salazar Slytherin's own private letter to future lords of his house, which he'd had Ragnock formally enter into the public record the previous week, and which had caused a very interesting 3 days of commentary in the wizarding press. He cited Lily Evans Potter. Her name, her line, her specific case, a muggle-born witch whose daughter of a squib maternal grandmother had carried the Slytherin bloodline in dormant form, whose son stood today as Lord Slytherin and held the seat that bore her ancestor's name. He didn't make it sentimental. He made it structural. This is what your laws have been doing. This is what they cost. This is the specific, documented, traceable cost. The vote was 81 to 69. Not a landslide. A mandate. A working majority that included 7 votes from families who had never voted for anything that crossed the pureblood consensus in living memory, including, in the end, Lucius Malfoy, who had appeared at the session after 3 weeks of absence and cast his vote in the final tally without looking at anyone and then left immediately afterward. Harry watched the tally and thought about Hermione in first year, carrying books she shouldn't have been able to carry under wizarding law. He thought about his mother, who had been told at every turn that she was exceptional for a muggle-born, as if the exception were the point rather than the rule. He thought about Teddy Lupin, a few weeks old, half werewolf and half metamorphmagus, who would grow up in the world that existed after this vote rather than before it. He set the gavel down. Augusta Longbottom, from her seat in the second tier, gave him a single nod. Dumbledore, from the chief warlock's position to his left, looked at the tally board. His expression was the specific expression of a man watching something he had believed in and delayed for 30 years finally happen without his management. He turned to Harry and said, very quietly, "Well done." Harry looked at him. "You could have done it 30 years ago," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I could have." A pause. "I am sorry for that." Harry held his gaze for a moment. Then he nodded, not forgiveness, not yet, not entirely, but the acknowledgement of a man who had owned a failure without excuse, which was the necessary first step toward whatever came after. He stood. The chamber stood as he rose, which was the formal protocol for the close of an Archmagus-convened session, and the sound of 150 people rising to their feet simultaneously was a specific sound that Harry had not heard directed at him before, different from the noise of crowd response or even the aftermath of a battle. It was the sound of a room acknowledging what something was. He picked up the gavel for the last time. Looked at the chamber, at the carved stone tiers, the ancient walls, the Merlin placard in front of him that bore a title that had been dormant for 3 centuries and was now, clearly, awake. He thought about a boy who had slept in a cupboard under the stairs. About a letter addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive. About the specific, terrible, formative experience of being 11 years old and discovering that you existed in a world that had been going on without you, that had a place for you, that had been, in some strange and complicated and imperfect way, waiting for you to arrive. He set the gavel down. "This session is closed," he said. "Go home." That evening, Grimmauld Place was full in a way it hadn't been since it was a place of grief rather than a home. Ron and Hermione, Neville and his grandmother, Draco Malfoy eating quietly at one end of the table with the slightly surprised expression of someone discovering that being in a room with people who weren't his family didn't automatically require performance. Andromeda with Teddy, the baby passed around the table with the specific magic of infants in a room full of adults who needed reminding what everything was for. Fred and George Weasley, who had arrived with wine and excellent timing and the particular exuberant energy of people who had been on the right side and were enjoying the fact. Creature had made dinner. Not because he was asked, he'd started without instruction in the mid-afternoon, moving through the kitchen with the focused proprietary satisfaction of a house elf whose house had finally become what a house was supposed to be. Harry sat at the head of the table and looked at the people around it and let it be what it was. No analysis, no planning, no mapping of what came next. Just the table and the food and the noise of people who had been through something together and had arrived on the other side of it intact. The ward disc in the wall pulsed once, faintly warm. The 5 rings on Harry's hand caught the candlelight. Hermione, who was 2 seats down in a conversation with Andromeda, caught his eye across the table and smiled. Just that. The smile that was mostly in her eyes, that he'd known since they were 11 years old, unchanged, familiar. Ron, beside her, was explaining Quidditch tactics to Fred with the diagrams of someone who had spent too much time thinking about this and was delighted to finally have an audience. Fred was arguing back with equal enthusiasm. George was stealing food from both their plates and had been doing it for 5 minutes without either of them noticing. Neville was talking quietly to Augusta. Whatever they were saying, Augusta was nodding in the way she nodded when she was genuinely pleased, which for Augusta was as close to beaming as beaming got. Draco Malfoy looked up from his plate and caught Harry watching him. Something passed across his face, the beginning of the specific uncomfortable expression that preceded the Malfoy discomfort with vulnerability, and Harry made the expression on his own face entirely neutral and ordinary, which was its own kind of statement, and Draco went back to eating with slightly less tension in his shoulders. Teddy Lupin, passed to Harry at some point during the meal, looked up at him with eyes that were cycling through colors in the way of a very new metamorphmagus without any control yet, and Harry looked back at him and felt the specific gravity of holding a future in your hands that was also a person and also a weight and also the whole point. "Hello," Harry said, quietly, because Teddy's face was very close and very focused. Teddy grabbed his finger with the iron grip of a baby encountering interesting textures, and held on. Harry held on back. Outside, London moved through its ordinary evening. The Gringotts owl arrived at 9 o'clock with Ragnarok's formal summary of the day's session, which Harry set aside to read in the morning. The Wizengamot correspondence would start in the week, implementation questions, legal challenges, the specific bureaucratic machinery of change beginning to turn. There was work ahead, a great deal of it, the long unglamorous work of building things properly rather than holding emergency sessions to stop them from falling apart. He was looking forward to it. Not because he was naive about it. Because he'd spent 17 years being told what he was for, and the answer had always been a specific ending, a confrontation, a sacrifice, the conclusion of someone else's plan. And now the plan was his and the ending had happened, and what stretched ahead was not an ending but the rest of it. The long ordinary complicated continuous rest of it. He stayed at the table until everyone else had gone, Ron and Hermione upstairs, Neville and Augusta through the flue, Andromeda with a sleeping Teddy, even Draco Malfoy departing with a brief, genuine nod that cost him something and therefore meant something. Creature cleared the table with quiet efficiency. Harry helped, which Creature accepted without comment, though his muttering had the specific quality of someone who approved of what they were muttering about. Harry put the last of the dishes away and stood in the clean kitchen of Grimmauld Place, the house that had been Sirius's grief and was now his home, the wards in the walls steady and old and entirely certain. He thought about tomorrow. Then he stopped thinking about tomorrow and went to bed. The 5 rings were on the desk beside him. He put them back on in the morning, all 5, as he had every morning since the audit, and they settled onto his right hand with the complete familiarity of things that had always belonged there. He went downstairs. Hermione was already in the study. Ron was making tea. The morning was grey and cool and entirely ordinary. Harry sat down and picked up a quill. There was work to do.